All right, Sterax doing another Magic the Gathering core set 2020 draft on Arena. Um, Results from the previous draft were not that good. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I did a lot more losing than I was expecting and hoping for. Hopefully, I can adjust my strategies for the draft here and form a little bit better. A couple things I still want to do yet before this draft format rotates out, which is happening in 30 hours or 36 hours from the start of the stream. I probably won't be able to play anymore after this today. Um, but I kind of wanted to play a bow deck. Heartseeker bow, get multiples is actually relatively powerful. The other thing is I want to play Audacious Thief, which I haven't had the opportunity to really do yet. Like a right proper Audacious Thief deck. I'd love to have that available in one of my drafts today. I don't know if I'm going to do more than one draft. Kind of depends on how things go. Also not sure how long it's going to take to fill up a draft table. Could take a while. An old set. It's been available for a couple of days. There's probably not a lot of people coming to try and draft at this hour. And as always, if there's an issue with the stream, audio or whatever, just let me know. I'll try to fix it. Twitch likes to tell me that my bit rate is too high, but when I rewatch things, it seems fine. And I'm actually following their settings, so I don't know why they're complaining. I'm hoping it'll fill up in 5 minutes or less for the draft table. I think that's what it was. My first draft the previous day was about five minutes to get a table filled. The other drafts went a little bit faster. And hopefully I opened some playable rares. That was something that previous draft I opened up a bunch of unplayable rares that were meant for constructed or whatever, and then like a bunch of dual lands which are playable in draft but not something you want to first pick. So, I don't know. There's some busted mythics in this format, so maybe those will show up. I wouldn't mind just having a serviceable rare though, or even just good uncommons. 3 out of 8, 4 out of 8. We're halfway there. I haven't actually specifically rewatched my drafts from the other day. Um, would have been a good thing to do, but I haven't done that. See what I missed, why I ended up with the decks that I did. There was something better I could have done. And I think I know some of the things that I did wrong or could have done better. But without rewatching the draft, I can't exactly see why I picked what I picked and what I missed. I'll just try to keep my eyes open. Do a better job of not just picking the best card in my color, but keeping an eye out for what the available colors are, what's open. Maybe adjust my prioritization of certain cards a little bit. Probably need a draft removal a little bit higher than I was. Need 3 more. 2 more to go. Just about hitting that 5-minute mark. These draft pods care about rank at all? Or is rank used for only for matching up players against each other, or is it used only for is the record the only thing that it cares about? Is it treat a 3-0 bronze player the same as a 3-0 platinum player, or how does the matchmaker work? I have no idea. I'm guessing the draft pod probably doesn't care about the rank, but the matches themselves probably do, like who it pairs you up to play. Oh, there we go. All right, just over 6 minutes. Not bad. Okay, just need a couple people to click a button yet. 20 seconds for one person to click a button. There we go. All right. Unplayable rare. Nice to see. Okay, so Tomebound Lich, probably the better card. Herald of the Sun's pretty good as well. Seasons of Growth, I love that. I want to do a Seasons of Growth deck yet, but Tomebound Lich is just better. Boreal Elemental and Sanitarium Skeleton kind of stand out as well. This is just a good pack. Lots of playable cards here. But I'm pretty sure Tomebound Lich is the pick. I'm going to be passing Skeleton and Elemental, though. There's no way I'm taking Herald of the Sun over Tomebound Lich. And starting with the Seasons of Growth, I could just force it. And I wouldn't be having to fight over green with whoever's to my left. But pretty sure I'm supposed to just take the Tomebound Lich and see if I can make blue-black work. I mean, I'm taking a 2-color card to start with, which is um, maybe a little bit questionable. But so here we go. Moldervine Reclamation. I don't know if it's good or not. It's a 5-0 do nothing, a 5-mana do nothing enchantment that requires you to have other creatures in play that die before anything happens. Um, I regret not getting Season of Growth to an extent. I just love that deck. Hopefully, I'll get to draft it yet sometime. This is a good card. It's red. I don't want to be ending up in red. I'm going to pass it. I'm going to just take the Winged Words, and I don't know. Is that maybe a little bit too forcing? Is Mask of Immolation better than Winged Words to the extent where I should consider dropping my Tomebound Lich? I don't think so. Okay, there we go. Um, Pegasus is good, but not what we're doing. Howling Giant's good, not what we're doing. So they're not playing green or red to my right, is what I'm thinking here, but I still want to stick with this. I'm going to take the Blood Soaked Altar. I know it's expensive. If I can get some skeletons, this will be good. So we'll just take this and prioritize skeletons a little bit. The other option is the Octoprophet, but I'm going full on blue-black here. This is going to be a win con for me. I'll probably want to pick up some life gain as well to go with it. Rabid Bite is possibly the best card. Red is definitely open, red and green. Um, Black does not appear to be open, but we can't be certain on that yet. I'm going to try to kind of force it maybe a little bit too hard here. That's what I'm worried about. Winged Words, I'm not, blue-black's not really a flyer deck. I could just grab that Rabid Bite. No, I'm going to take the Winged Words. I'm going to go blue-black. I'm dedicated. Fairly dedicated. Uh, yeah, this is what I was talking about. Red looks open. The Ember Cat, Berserker, both very decent cards. Skeleton for green. And in black, I've got Blood Burglar, but that's it. Um, Even if I did go green, Sedge Scorpion's not like that good. And Embercat, I mean, I've already passed a bunch of elemental stuff. Somebody should be playing it. I don't think I want to try and fight over that. Siegebreaker? No, I'm not gonna take that. Um, Again, green and red is wide open, but I keep passing it. Obviously, I should have been green. Green in this seat, I think, is what I'm reading. Siegebreaker, not good enough to get into a third color. Boneclad, Necromancer, not that good. Would I miss this? uh, Hard to say. Kind of works with what we're doing, but it's basically just fill. I don't know. I'll take it anyways. I'm thinking the Leafkin Druid maybe would be a pickup here just to hedge on if I'm going to continue to see black or see green going forward. Bone to Ash is playable. This deck is looking to just kind of tap out, but maybe it can work. Portal Sanctuary's really not what we're trying to do. I don't think I have anything that goes with that really right now. Yeah, and I take this over Anticipate. I don't think I'm playing multiple Bone to Ash. I'm not playing a Frilled Sea Servant. I'm going to take the Feral Invocation. And then I'm going to see if Seasons of Growth wheels. I'm going to regret not going green. And then I'm going to maybe start just picking up all the green stuff. Because I'm not seeing blue and black really. Not the stuff that I want. Obviously, Skeleton's not going to wheel. But um, I'm really not seeing anything that goes with what I've picked up. Basically, Tomebound Lich and the Winged Words are kind of the only definitively playable cards. Like, well, okay, these are playable, but signpost type stuff. That's where, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and grab charge. No, I'm gonna grab the Mammoth Spider. Just see if green. Okay, so Seasons Growth got picked up, so somebody took that. That's not available. Um, am I gonna play at 3-2 do nothing? Not really. So I don't know what I'm playing. That's basically what it boils down to right now. I don't know what I'm doing. I know this draft has gone sideways. I'm probably about three packs too late picking up the green. I gotta figure it out, fight it out of where I am. Yeah, I guess Vial of Dragonfire is playable in that blue-black deck that I still want to be drafting. But I know I'm not going to see blue coming my way because I passed so much of that. Take a bow here, see if I mean I'm not moving into red. Okay, I'll pick a red card. I've got good cards, but I don't have any synergy. Like this is just a pile, isn't a deck. So hopefully pack two I get something going. Not I have no idea what I'm playing right now. Yeah. All right. Feel the Dead, another unplayable rare. Okay, so there's skeletons, which would absolutely go with what we were trying to do. Um, there's a shock. Uh, yeah, we don't really have the green here to do anything. Like I was starting to speculate on it just because, but like I'm not going into Overgrowth Elemental. It's a good card. I don't have blue elementals. I don't see that being a thing for me. So we're just gonna keep going with this blue black plan. The red stuff is quite good here in this pack. And we were seeing a lot of red the entire time, but I think I'm just going to try to make this blue-black work. Yeah. Other unplayable rare. Air Elemental, Pacifism. I think the enchantment removal is not great in here because there's a bunch of Sacco type stuff. Um, Actually, these are the only two like good cards. Marauder's Axe would be the next up, I guess. I'll take the Air Elemental, obviously, and we now have a late game finisher. There's the Audacious Thief. There's also Bone Splinters. Bone Splinters is probably more what I'm trying to do because I've got the skeleton. I don't have like blade brands or anything of that nature for the Audacious Thief type deck. I'm gonna focus more on the sack outlet stuff, I believe. Right pick. Looking at what else is here, Scorpion, Spider, Goblin, Smuggler, very decent card. Blue-white Flyers help, but it's between these two. I think the only other card in another color on par would be like Goblin Smuggler. I'm going to take the removal. Wish I had the... Oh, yeah, can't. I'm taking the Bone Splinter. There's a Shock, there's an Unsummon, a Frost Lynx. Bone Splinters, if I can get more skeletons, would be the best card here. I do need to pick up some other cheap creatures. Um, Deck needs a lot. Frostlinks would help, but I think the Bone Splinter is just better. Frostlinks might even wheel, unlikely, but this is a strong pack. Season Growth, Shock, Unsummon, yeah. Corpse Knight as well, if somebody was in those colors. Um, Flamekin Brawler, probably the best card in the pack. We're taking the Unsummon. Uh, Cheap interaction to try and get to that late game. Gorging Vulture, that's a card that is kind of be key in this deck or pile. Embercat and I guess Reduced Ash, but Embercat, Scorpion kind of standouts here. So this goes with the Winged Words, and it also hopes to flip a skeleton. We need more skeletons though. Another Seasons of Growth. That's like 3 Seasons of Growth in this draft. Somebody's going to be putting together a nice pile. But we need the Gorging Vulture, hopefully some more skeletons, and then we can discount our Winged Words and flip our skeletons into the yard. A little bit of a late Embercat, I would say. And if we're playing a Feral Abomination, we are in trouble. I'm not splashing for Reduced Ash. I don't think I'm playing a Stone Golem, but maybe if I get a Weaponsmith. Ember Holder's still in the pack. Yeah, we should have been red. We're not switching. This is just basically a 2-3 do nothing, but we kind of need cheap creatures or cheap stuff in general. Interaction. Need some more 2-drops, need some more skeletons. Deck's starting to come together, maybe. I just need to reduce the cost a little bit, make sure we don't get run over. I'm not a fan of Sorcerer of the Fang at all, but I'd play that over a Negate. The 1-3 it can block. It has some late game potential. But Goblin Smuggler pick 11. I mean, that ship is long sailed, but this shouldn't be in the pack. Second Unsummon. I don't know if we want to play 2. I don't think we do, but we'll see. Convolute. I don't see myself playing that, but maybe. Yeah, just Scorpion. Yeah, we're solidly blue-black now. The deck's starting to come together, and that's playable. Double white, we're not splashing for it. I guess a blue-black duel or a rare draft the Ajani. Uh, Sage's Road Denizen. I could have 2 of them, but I don't have any other blue creatures. It really isn't doing anything in my deck. I'm pretty sure the pick here is that land, but I'm just gonna rare draft. I should have the land. I'm taking the rare. Okay, Audacious Thief. Other notables: the Druid. Woodland Champion could be good in the right deck. We are not the right deck. There's a Smuggler. There's a Brawler. There's good cards here. This dual land might wheel, but the only card that we're interested in here is the Thief. Bladebrand or a third Gorging Vulture. There's pacifism as well. I'm gonna take a look here, see how bad my curve looks at the moment. I don't want to play the Convolute. I don't want to play the Sage's Road Denizen. Um, yeah, definitely. I need to get my curve down a lot. Bladebrand works well with skeletons. Probably should take the Bladebrand here. Goes well with the Audacious Thief. Goes well with skeletons, which we need more of. Um, Souls Salvage, I guess. I mean, Lavakin Brawler, Thicket Crash are both good cards for decks that we are not. This would be the first Soul Salvage, so I definitely think I want it, particularly with the two Gorging Vultures, which give me some stuff to return. Also got some sack outlets, so Boneclad Necromancer, not a very good card. I don't really want to play the one that I have. I don't think I want a second. Would I splash green potentially? No, I have nothing worth splashing in green. Um, Second Bone to Ash. I mean, I currently have no 4-drops, so maybe. Not really what my deck is doing, but I think I'd take that over the Boneclad Necromancer. Leafkin Brawler, or sorry, Leafkin Druid coming way too late in the pack. That should be gone already, but green was open, sort of. Somebody's got a sweet Seasons of Spring deck, or whatever it was called. Shock, pick 7 Shock. Are you kidding me? Uh, and the Eagle as a 7th pick, like that shouldn't be there. There's no way that we're playing this, but we're not splashing for Shock. So, yeah. Anticipate or Sorcerer of the Fang. Could also get the green duel, but again, not splashing that. I think I'm gonna take the Sorcerer of the Fang. Just I need 2 drops. I don't want to play the bow or the vial of Dragonfire. I don't think I might have to, but I don't want to. This is the pack that we started with, so the land is still there. It did wheel. We're not picking up the Denizen. We don't have any blue creatures to go with it. We're not picking up some 2/3. We're not trying to like aggro out or something. Just take the rare. Just take the mana fixing. Red's wide open. Absolutely wide open. I didn't find the correct colors, but I think I've got a playable deck here anyways. Um, Lavakin Brawler, pick 12. Are you kidding me? There's a chance we're actually going to play Convolute, so I'm going to take that. Yeah, kind of disappointed by the draft. Hindsight, should have taken red, or sorry, green for the Seasons of Growth, or red for the Elemental Brawler plan. Although it would have been like Shocks, Ember Cats, Goblin Smugglers, and just the Lavakin Brawlers. I don't know where the rest of that deck was. Didn't see anything too crazy to go with it. It would already be a decentish start, but kind of sounds like something was missing. Okay, so what do we have to consider? Convolutes, maybe. Ages of Denizen, maybe. I don't think it's Feral Abominations. Not a chance. Or the Heart Piercer Bow. Heart Piercer Bow, if we're aggro, it would be good. I don't really even have multiple skeletons to put it on to try and snipe like 1 toughness creature as well. Recurring the skeleton. We're not splashing for the eagle. We don't have enough flyers. Even if we had like um, evolving wilds, we still couldn't. That was just a pure rare draft. I don't apologize for it. Okay, so what is our deck? We don't have very many creatures. How many of them are blue? Um, Mo Piranhas, Sage's Road Denizen, Tomebound Lich, Air Elemental. Yeah. So Sage's Road Denizen isn't doing much of anything there. I don't think we're that desperate for creatures. Unsummons, again, it's more of a tempo play. We're not playing a tempo deck. I think I'll still run one potentially, but not two. The Winged Words isn't even that great. If I picked up the third Vulture, it'd be a little bit better, but I mean, yeah. Soul Salvage for our late game, whatever it is. Yikes. Okay, removal wise, two Bone Splinters, Blade Brand, no murders, but no, I didn't even pick up a sleep paralysis. So removal, we don't really have much either. The Bone Splinters aren't great because we only got the one skeleton. Um, one, two, three, four, two drops. Yeah, I guess we're keeping the Vial of Dragonfire as well. I'm cutting a Convolute. I don't know how often we're actually going to be sitting with open mana, but like I just don't have playables. So I'm playing a Feral Abomination just to have some late game blocker or something like a no that Homebound Lich needs reanimation. We don't have anything like that. It needs we're just gonna pitch lands to it, I guess. I don't know. That's my win con. There's only one skeleton though, so that doesn't even and the life loss is gonna hurt because we don't really have any life gain and we're probably gonna take damage in the early game. I don't know. This is a pile. This is probably the best I can do with what I have. I was just fighting over some colors, I guess, and didn't get there. I should have maybe picked the skeleton over whatever that I passed over whatever I took. Should have prioritized it a little bit higher. I didn't really see very many moat piranhas either. Like this is the deck that actually would be potentially good in. Yep. All right. How's my blue black split? 14-9. I got double blue on turn 4 though. I don't really have much double black except for the late game. Um, yeah, I'll just play an even split. Yeah, this deck's not going to go that well. All right, more evidence that I'm bad at drafting. Easier to draft with the bots is what I remember. Those bots were not the same as drafting with people. It's not so much that I regret what I have, as that I regret not having taken the Seasons of Growth deck, Green Enchantment, whatever it's called. A pretty fun deck when it comes together, and there was 3 copies that last draft, so it probably could have come together. 1 or 2 late Rabid Bites as well. All right. This is a bad hand. The Audacious Thief is a good card, but we're not the best deck with it. Soul Salvage, basically, it's missing card because there's no multiple creatures. This is a turn 3 play. That's a turn 3 play. I think I mulligan this. Well, I'm not gonna mulligan again. So like this, and yeah, I mean Bone Splinters. I don't really doesn't do what I want it to do here. I don't. I don't know. I guess Sorcerer of the Fang could be a sack, but it's my only creature until like the air elemental, so deck's kind of creature light. All right. I think I take this trade. I don't want to take 3 damage every turn going forward. It's not like this activated ability matters at all. We've got no other play here, so fortunately we have a counter spell, I guess. Whatever they play, we'll counter it. And that's a pretty good card, so. But we're taking 3 damage a turn here going forward until something happens. We have no spells to cast, so draw some cards. Hit our land drop and an aggro creature, which, worst comes to worst, I guess I can Bone Splinter it for something better than a Destructive Digger, because we're not likely to be attacking with it. I'm going to go ahead and Gorging Vulture here. Try to hit a skeleton. The Audacious Thief is basically just a hill giant right now. Awesome, we did hit a skeleton. Good sack to trade off there, but I don't want to. I want to use the skeleton for that, so I'm going to just pass a turn here, pull a block on the Destructive Digger, I guess. See if they have a combat trick that they want to use. Probably do. Haven't used one yet. Red Green should be playing multiple combat tricks. Yeah, they're actually thinking here. So they're deciding right now between casting whatever they have in hand or using a combat trick. That's got to be it. Maybe a removal spell. Okay. That makes it simple. We're down to 7. Got nothing on board. I can return the skeleton and play it, but I can't also sack it. I can play an Audacious Thief. Audacious Thief and an Unsummon. Skeleton and play it, and then chump, and then recur it next turn and chump again. That doesn't seem good. Yeah, I think we'll do a skeleton, get them to pump with the elemental, and then unsummon that elemental. Trade the thief for the destructive digger or a trick out of their hand. Why did it tap like this? Oh my! I should have been paying attention. I should have a unsummon up right now. I mean, it's not like this game was looking good, but I could be unsummoning the Trailblazer right now if I tapped properly, paid attention. And the auto tapper's not wrong. Like leaving up the bone splinters over the unsummon. Can't say it was wrong. I'm dead on board. If I had unsummoned last turn, they replayed that, I wouldn't have taken 2 damage. I'd be at 5, and I'd be able to do something more than this. So Vial of Dragonfire to kill that's reasonable. Skeleton, and then play it. I don't have the mana to do anything in addition. Yep, that was quick. My deck kind of failed though in the opening hands. Plus the mulligan hand wasn't good either. But that's probably indicative of what's going to happen with this deck. It's just a little bit too slow. I don't remember this format being that fast, but I guess with human drafters, maybe a little bit more experience with the format or knowledge of the format years after it first came out. Maybe they're just drafting better decks. I don't know. Um, I don't think there's really anything I can change. It's just deck's not great, and I need to draw better. I could cut a Bone to Ash for Convolute, but I really think Bone to Ash is just that much better, and not like we're taking turn 3 off. Like we've got action on turn 3. Or just isn't anything more than a 2/3. I could use more creatures. That kind of a matchup definitely, but I'm not gonna play a textless 2/3. Yep. So I made a big mistake there trusting the auto tapper. Beyond that, I'm not really sure what I could have played different that would have been better. I don't think recurring the skeleton was any better because I wasn't able to sack it right away. It would have just been a chump block with it. Whereas the Audacious Thief can do a trade, and then having the unsummon up to strand my opponent's mana a little bit maybe buys me time to draw land and get back in it at a very low life total, but maybe they can't burn me out. What kind of hand is this? Is it's a deck without any creatures, so this doesn't do anything. This is so late game oriented, I'm going to die to whatever they can run me over with. Like, having a Bone to Ash up on turn 4 doesn't help if your opponent has a bunch of creatures in play. Okay, Soul Salvage, it's a card I want. I don't want to put it on the bottom, because then I have no chance. I don't think I have anything that shuffles my library, so I definitely want to draw it at some point in the game. I don't want to start with it, but I think I'd rather risk not having a fourth land than having the Soul Salvage on the bottom of my deck. All right, some sort of Elementals deck probably. Oh, we're seeing our Air Elemental. That's a good creature. Just need to get there before we die. Looks like they're ramping. Okay, so they're red-green Elementals deck. Yeah, 2 Bone to Ash. That's very awkward. Maybe I should have put the Soul Salvage on the bottom of my deck. Nah, I mean, had multiple draw steps. I should have drawn something by now. So it's not. I don't think it's an incorrect choice. I think it's just I've had what 3 draw steps and I haven't hit a land. That's kind of against the 17 out of the 40 cards. You can do the math to figure out exactly how many cards, but I probably should have drawn a land by now. All right, there we go. It's a turn too late. They already got the Howling Giant down. I've got nothing here other than hold up the counterspell. They have 1 card in hand and Howling Giant in play. Or I guess I can Vial of Dragonfire something. This is probably better than Vial of Dragonfire. I need something that can deal with a giant. Again, my deck's kind of removal light, so Bladebrand would be nice. We're not chumping here yet. We prevent 2 damage though by blocking one of those wolves. Um, Vulture plus kill one of the wolves may be better than an air elemental that can't really block the 5 power creature anyhow. This doesn't do anything better than just trading, so this can block and kill and stay. So that's probably better than using the Vial of Dragonfire. Although I could have thrown them away, Soul Salvage back the Vulture Fang and played the Fang. I have to jump here, don't I? I do believe so, yeah. Okay. All right, Vulture it is. That leaves me mana to do the sacrifice on the Vial. I didn't hit the skeleton. I hit the Bladebrand, which would have been nice to, yeah, be able to kill the giant. One of my few removal spells that does. Um, they're at 29, so I can't race them in the air. I need to just keep holding those wolves off with my elemental. Kind of an awkward situation to be in. Just giving them turns to draw some more of that red um, removal spells. They also have blue in their deck for some reason. I wonder if they have, yeah, if they're playing green, blue, and red, they probably have, what's that elemental called? I don't remember what its name is. Okay, so I chump, I kill, and I kill. Gotta be it. Do they have a pump spell? Nope. All right. We're whittling their board down. If they have nothing, we could get back in this. That's a lot of if. I only have a single black mana, so I can't soul salvage back anything that I can play other than a Moat Piranhas. Moat Piranha is not terrible in this situation, I suppose, but that single black mana is a big deal right now. Is that better than Audacious Thief? Yes, but also no. Yeah, I guess it is. All right, so Moat Piranha and another Gorging Vulture, I guess, because I need to get some late life back. And hit my skeleton would be nice, but Blood-soaked Altar's already gone. This is the turn I have to trade the Air Elemental for their Howling Giant, or I just lose the game. Sure, that works too. Yeah, it's lethal if I don't chump the Howling Giant. I really have nothing here. I'm not chump blocking my way out of this game, not with that Air Elemental sitting there. Okay, so now we know what the blue is for. Agent of Treachery. Pretty good card to splash. I'd rather have opened up an Agent of Treachery than a Field of the Dead or Field of Lotuses or whatever that was. Just saying. Okay, so we're 0-2. Look at the deck again, see if there's anything I can do. I guess we play Feral Abomination and cut Convolute. The Bone to Ash is a little bit too slow, but just that much more powerful. I think I cut the Convolute. Really, I shouldn't be holding open mana until kind of in the later game anyhow. Otherwise, I'm just going to get run over. Yeah, this is probably a little bit better. Be nice if I could pick up at least one win. Seeing how this is how the draft is playing matches are for me, I guess we'll probably do another draft after this. Another 4 land hand to start. I do have a turn 2 play, a turn 3 play, and a powerful late game threat, so I'll keep. Do a 5th land right at the start. Why not? At least I'll be able to get that air elemental down on curve. Protection from green and prevents 1/1 counters. Not relevant here. So the Piranhas blocks the Foot Soldiers profitably. They only picked up 1. Interesting. They aren't at full hand size, so they definitely should have picked up more than 1 in my opinion. I guess the question here is Winged Words or Sorcerer of the Fang. I think I'm confident in my late game, so I'm just going to go ahead and throw out a 1/3 blocker here instead of oh, Brown's already stalled. Let's just use our mana efficiently. Yeah, okay. Soul Salvage, more late game oriented cards. Need to get that Lichbound Tome out in order to start pitching those lands away, turn them into something useful. Are they getting another one? Nope. Okay. So they only have the two. Yeah, with only two, it's probably not actually playable. Their deck might be as bad as mine. Looks like they've got some life gain synergies going on. If they'd made this attack before they played out their hand, there's a chance that I might have thought they had a combat trick. Now I've got nothing better to do. I've drawn one non-land card since starting with a 4-land opening hand. No, two non-land cards. Okay. Well, that's way better. Eight lands, 5 non-lands. All right. They're going to be getting in on the air. They actually have a clock on me now. Plus they can gain life. Opponent looks like a new player. I need to still give them a appropriate level of respect though, because my deck is not good. All right, there we go. Tomebound Lich or Air Elemental. I'm playing the Air Elemental. Things are looking up for me right now. Tomebound Lich can actually attack on this type of a board. I mean, they could probably hold back and kill it pretty easily, but yeah. They did have a 3rd Battalion Foot Soldier, so why didn't they search it up? Was it already in their hand? Oh, maybe that's why. They could have had 2 in their hand when they played their 1st Battalion Foot Soldier. That makes sense. Right, whenever they play an Angel, they gain 4 life. And Angels die, they get tokens. So they've got infinite life, basically, but we're a late game deck. We're not terribly concerned by that. As long as I keep my life total up. So pre-combat, I could do the Lich in order to try and draw into something, but I already know I'm going to be attacking. I don't think that anything in my deck would change that math, and they don't have a possibility of having a combat trick or anything because they are tapped out. I'm going to go ahead and play the Tomebound Lich here before playing land. I draw. All right. Now I'll play a land and nothing in the yard, so Blood Burglar go. I don't think I need to worry about a Wrath effect here. They've played down and committed a fair bit on the board as well, plus I'm holding a Soul Salvage, so if they did Wrath, it'd be their 2 cards in hand versus my 2 creatures I bring back with the Soul Salvage. I'm comfortable with that. Air Elemental, Tomebound Lich would both be pretty good. Pitch the lands to Homebound Lich while attacking. You know, I don't think a Wrath really benefits the situation. I'm not going to play around it as opposed to try and wrap up the game a little bit faster. So they made a giant ground creature. Still not going to be great at attacking here. If they put it on the Foot Soldier, they would be able to block the Air Elemental without it dying. So we're racing and they have life gain. That makes me a little bit nervous. Still think I'm going to do it. Question is to attack with a Lich or not. They might just trade off with the Foot Soldier. I do want to get the triggers in to start pitching these, but I might need it to kill like an enchanted Bishop of Wings or something, as opposed to just throwing it away to trade with a foot soldier. That seems pretty bad. I'm gonna try to race them, even though they're gaining a life a turn. I do have the vulture to trade off here as well with the foot soldier if nothing else changes. So um, play the vulture and see what I hit. Oh, Fatty Boom Boom and Blade Brand. Fatty Boom Boom's actually attractive to return with the Soul Salvage. What is happening with my life? Do I need more mana? Yes, but no. But Tomebound Lich isn't attacking anytime soon, so might as well just play it. They are playing black, actually. I should have held it then because they could be playing Mind Rot. I should have played around the Mind Rot by holding that land. That is a critical failure here. I could very well get punished, and that would be punished hard. I'm actually just scared right now. That's a fourth. Why didn't they search them up when they played it? They had only like 5 cards in hand. Why didn't they search it? You're thinning your deck out of these mediocre 2/2s. You can draw your better cards. I don't I don't understand why they're not searching for battalion foot soldiers when they're playing their battalion foot soldiers. I don't know. They've made a number of plays that are subpar, but I'm leaving myself open to mind rot. So what can I complain? Okay, I'm going in the air because I don't mind the trade. They have open mana. Something could happen here, but if they use it defensively, they're not using it offensively. And worst comes to worst, they kill my air elemental. I can bring it back. And it's probably still a trade because I think it's a 2/2 pump in black white. I don't think there's 3/3 pumps. The other question is to send the Tonebound Lich or not. I think the answer is still no. Don't want to trade it off for a pair of battalion foot soldiers, even could pump its power. So, oh, Sorcerer of the Fang's online now. So I could hold the Gorging Vulture instead of and just use the activated ability, but I think the Vulture's better here. Um, just because they don't have any flyers, so I think I'd like to be potentially attacking here. Yeah, okay, so I hit that. There's some stuff to recur. I'm going to end the turn here and hope that they don't have Mind Rot. I could use this to get 2 creatures back to play around Mind Rot, hold the land plus 2 creatures. I'd have to pitch 1 if they Mind Rot, better than pitching the Soul Salvage. But if they had Mind Rot, they would have used it already. It's just they're playing so many substandard cards that kind of feels like they probably have other subpar cards in their deck. Feeling pretty good about this game though. Homebound Lich would be better if I could give it a power boost. I don't think I picked up anything in that regard. It's one of those cards in my deck that would just prefer to be on the aggro, like a early game pressure, and I just don't have a deck with that built. So the cards are worse in that regard. Um, there's nothing here I really want to use a removal spell on. I'll just go for 6 in the air again. A little bit of a slow clock due to the Soul Mender, but there's nothing I want to do about that. We're going to end the turn here. End of their turn, we're going to use the Sorcerer of the Fang. All right. Battalion foot soldiers are their best creatures to recur. That's something. Do they have any more that they can go get out of their deck? All right, they're just alphaing here out of desperation. Pick up that kill there. Pick up a kill here. That creature comes back when it dies, so I don't really particularly care about killing it. Just pick off their life gain dude. This is a desperation attack. Um, reason they're making the attack is because they know that I've got lethal next turn. Like even if they soul mendered here, I'd still have 6 in the air. So it just literally doesn't matter. I don't think they're holding darkness because it wasn't printed in M20. But yep. All right. Um, I had an okay draw, not an amazing draw. But opponent's deck was just not really that good, and they weren't playing it terribly well either. So Air Elemental was enough to get the initiative and get the win. Air Elemental was definitely the MVP of that particular match. I'm just gonna see if another 2 minutes for me to get a quest that I can reroll. So I guess we'll just keep playing. I'd be tempted to wait that 2 minutes, but because then I can reroll that 500 gold quest for the killing my opponent's creatures that were almost certainly to complete this next game, unless we get blown out. And if I got a 750 for my new quest, then I'd want to reroll that 500. So if we're sitting in queue for more than 40 seconds, I'm going to go ahead and 45 seconds, I'm going to go ahead and cancel it. Just wait out the minute or whatever it is to reroll my quest. I'm a dirty free to play, so I need every cent I can get. Oh, they're triggered. All right, see if we can pick up a win. See, this is the aggro draw. I've got a turn 2 Blood Burglar and a turn 3 Tomebound Lich. I've got a Gorging Vulture. Like, if this deck was full of creatures like this and some removal, um, Tomebound Lich would be a lot better. My deck is just a little bit slow. All right, looks like they're on some sort of aggro plan themselves. I mean, I'm not on aggro plan. I just drew an aggro draw. All right. They should have attacked. My creature is lifelink when I attack with it. And this guy, when he dies, he puts a 1/1 counter, so they could have blocked to put a counter on that. Or I guess they can still do it here. I'm going to give them the trade. I'll gain my 2 life, trade off with whatever they have. All right, it's a 1/1 that I'm trading with. I mean, you could have made that trade when you attacked. Yeah, I mean, my mind, they definitely should have attacked last turn. I did put non-land cards in my deck just for clarification. Sweet. A little bit unfortunate. If they have the land equipped, then they can do that. If not, do I attack or don't I? Would be my question. Trading off doesn't necessarily benefit me. I do get the no, it's only on damage on a player I get to draw a discard. No, then I'm definitely sitting. Then I'm definitely sitting. I'd rather use this defensively to like rattlesnake off some big dude or something, as opposed to oh, there's the air elemental. Now I can get it back with soul salvage whenever I draw it. Yeah, I'll take the trade here. It's not a great trade, but I don't want to take the 4 damage. It makes that creature bigger where I can't block it then. Maybe I just take the damage. Definitely not great. It's vigilance and all that too, but All right, this will help. Is there a creature in their graveyard? I should check that first, but no, there isn't, so I have to exile one of my own. Oh, it's not like Blood Burglars are really doing anything. I'll have something in there by the time I draw Soul Salvage. And I can attack in the air here. Not a race we can win taking 4, dealing 2, but I do have more blockers now. They probably have a combat trick, but let's see where they use it. Why are they not playing more creatures? That's a question I have. Alright, they gained 1,000,000,000 life. And they put a 1/1 counter on him. Now he's big enough, I'd kill him with a Tomebound Lich, I guess. Or I could just swing for 2, play a Moat Piranha. I'm not going to be double blocking with like Gorging Vulture and Tomebound Lich or Moat or something. So we'll just drop that out. I think I'm going to get rid of the last card in my hand. We've already established they're playing Mind Rot. And 1/3 doesn't really impact the board much, but it's also not going to recover if they play a Wrath or something. Plus now I can throw the Moat Piranha and the Sorcerer of the Fang underneath the bus. If I had a land in my hand in addition to the Bone Splinters, I'd sack the Sorcerer of the Fang to kill the Sentry in order to allow the Lich to attack and trade off the land for some action. But as it is, my attack doesn't get much better adding in the Tomebound Lich because it's only dealing 1 damage. It is gaining me 1 as well, which I shouldn't completely ignore. But I want, without the card cycle ability as well, it's not really doing all that much. If I could cycle a card, then yes, that's huge. It's almost drawing a card, but okay, well, I lose the Bone Splinters. Could have traded the Fang, Sorcerer of the Fang for the Sentry, but I thought they might have something better. They're playing a main deck Duress. Are you all right? Yeah, main deck Duress. All right. Not gonna play around that. I mean, I thought there was a chance they would have like a Mind Rot or something. What do you know? I wasn't holding a land. Another Duress. Are you kidding me? I'll cycle my Blade Brand, and you can look at my land. Or a Boned Ash. Wow, what are the odds? Their Duress is hit twice in a row. All right, don't have to really worry about getting milled out, I don't think. Checked, I have 18 cards left, you know. Yeah, I still haven't hit my single skeleton. I only have the 1. But when I hit my Soul Salvage, it's going to be pretty amazing. Just with that Air Elemental alone. I think they're an aggro deck, but they're just sitting there not doing anything other than duressing me. So they can't block flyers either. Basically, that one turn where they gained, should have played the land actually to turn on the Sorcerer of the Fang. Yeah, although pitching to Tomebound Lich, but the Tomebound Lich plan sailed. Like, they've got too many good blockers for it. Okay, so they can return to the battlefield, but it won't have the 1/1 counter on it. It will have a 1/1 counter. Okay. Well, still, they'll have to re-equip it. See if they have a pump spell. Maybe I shouldn't block. Maybe I shouldn't block because they have open mana. And the Sorcerer of the Fangs kind of turning into a real card. If I played this land, I could have drained them for 2. Yeah, maybe I should have not blocked. Okay, I'm going to attack with the Tomebound Lich. I can take the hit back, and they're probably going to have to chump here, or I get to cycle a land, which seems pretty great to me. Yeah, so I was going to chump either way kind of idea, right? Or, well, not chump because I got Death Touch, but the one downside is that now their creature's even bigger. I'm probably going to... I'm still at too much life to chump it, so I'm going to use a Sorcerer of the Fang to drop him down to 6. Attack with the vultures for another 4, then Sorcerer the Fang them for another 2. That's GG's. Non-land, non-creature. There you go. That's an unplayable uncommon. They did exile my graveyard, except for the creatures, which my Soul Salvage is the only card that I have that recurs anything, so they just spent 6 mana to see that I have a swamp in my hand. Like, what is that? This shouldn't be in your deck. These shouldn't be in your deck either. They got lucky with hitting twice in a row on that. Alright, didn't misclick. There's my Skelly boy. Sorcerer the Fang does more damage not attacking. And I can't believe that their duress has worked twice in a row, even after I cycle the card out of my hand to try and draw a non-land. Wow. But we got there. Their deck was weird. Wasn't doing a whole lot. We started off with a pretty good draw as well. Unfortunately, we never got the air elemental out. Boneclad Necromancer did pretty good there, trading for a creature plus a combat trick. And Mo Piranhas, which previously I thought this was a garbage card, but I'm seeing its value, and I wish I had another. Oh yeah, there you are. Okay, so somebody's actually showing up in my chat. Yeah, I have a single monitor, so I can't spawn very well. I'm sorry. Am I an artist? That's a good question. The answer is sort of. I designed uh difficult calling it art, but I designed an image that got put into a video game. So yes, I'm an artist. I didn't get paid for it, not directly, but yes. No, I'm not. I can't make good art. I can make art that looks like it's intentionally made poorly and then becomes somewhat popular among certain people and gets put into a video game. That's about it. But in terms of like doing an art commission or anything like that, no. All right, 3 lands, 2 colors. I pretty much always keep this. I've got some early game action. I've got some late game threat. Definitely a keep for me. Just need to draw into some mid game fill. Blood-soaked altar. If I can get my skeleton, would be good. If I don't get my skeleton, it's a little bit worse. Forging Vulture can try and hit a skeleton though. And they have a flyer. My deck is probably weak to flyers, but I do have a flyer in my hand that I could trade off for that dude. Plus this will kill the 1/1 soldier creature tokens if they don't have removal for it. If they want to spend removal on my Sorcerer the Fang, I'm okay with that. Okay, that is a little bit scarier. Now I need to draw removal, and I don't have much in my deck. Can't just trade off a Gorging Vulture for that now. I can, however, trade off a Gorging Vulture and a Blade Brand. Maybe I shouldn't have been attacking. No, I shouldn't have been attacking because they create a token. What am I doing? Obviously, I shouldn't be attacking. Well, I made a mistake. The 1 point of damage is unlikely to matter going to my opponent, whereas preventing the 1 damage from the creature token is probably worth it. I can also block with the Vulture, obviously, but if they had a combat trick, I wouldn't want to block with it. Now, they've pre-combat played their creature, so I know they don't have a combat trick, so it's a safe block, because I need this to be able to Blade Brand to kill that, so, yeah. I can play the Winged Words here. I'm going to do that before playing my land, even though I'm going to be playing the land because I need the Blade Brand. Pretty confident. Yeah, I do have a tap land in my deck, but I'm not going to be playing that because I need the Blade Brand. No attacks here. This will kill the creature token. That will kill the flyer. And then I can follow that up with Boneclad Necromancer to gum up the ground and give me something for the altar, or the Air Elemental and start attacking. Right. There we go. They are sending their 1/3 lifelink as well. They do have 2 mana open, so they could blow me out with like God's Willing or something, but I can't wait to do this. I think I need to just use my Blade Brand here, try to get this trade. If I don't get this trade, I got the Air Elemental to kill it. So that's maybe even better. To try and fish out whatever they might have here. Yeah, they've got a God's Willing, so my Gorging Vulture is not going to kill them with a Death Touch there, but they're not going to have that God's Willing for in the future. All right. Slam the Air Elemental, hope they don't have removal. And if they have a way to kill it, then next turn I'm playing down the Bloodsoaked Altar, sacking the Sorcerer of the Fang in order to get a flyer to kill their flyer. Once their flyer's dead, I feel like this game just favors me. Well, I can't kill it with the Air Elemental now. This is going to be a hard hit. Yeah. The token doesn't get the 1/1 bonus, though. That's beneficial. I can still kill that with impunity. All right. Bloodsoak Altar, sack the Sorcerer of the Fang to kill the Vanguard. I think I want to Bone Splinters here because the life loss is a little bit concerning. But I do need to turn this on at some point, right? Yeah. All right. I could just Boneclad Necromancer, Bone Splinters, and then Bloodsoaked Altar next turn. I think I like that better. Yeah, let's do it. Target this, sack that. Boneclad Necromancer, exile a creature from their graveyard. Get myself a 2/2, swing for 4. I'm at 10, so Inspired Charge is concerning, but I have 2 blockers back. They're on 4 lands. They only have 2 cards in hand. Like, they're out of resources here. Without being able to ride their Sky Knight to victory, they're in dire straits. This attack is sketch. It is going to be a lot of damage, but it allows me to kill the Goblin Smuggler. Yeah, you don't want to send that Smuggler. The Smuggler plan is what they're going to have to ride to victory here. Actually, to the extent where I'm going to let the Captain through and kill the Prismite if they don't send the Smuggler. They shouldn't be sending the Smuggler. I want to trade a... No, I've got a Sorcerer of the Fang. I'd rather... Well, I need to prevent damage, though. I won't have anything in play to... Can't take the 5 damage. They're playing red. They could have burn. If I trade this off, I can sack the Sorcerer of the Fang to the Bloodsoaked Altar, which is really not what I want to be doing. If I'm going to use it, I need to use it like right away here. But I'm taking 4 damage, putting me down to 6. I sack this to do 2. I'm down to 4, and I make a 5/5 to go with my. No, this isn't. Oh, that's the blocks. I mean, I'm gonna switch it up just a little bit though. I'm gonna do this and that. And okay, the reason I'm doing this is if they have a combat trick like Infuriate, they're not going to be killing my 3/3. They're going to be killing my 2/2. So if I'm going to be trading off the 2/2 anyways, I might as well trade it off for the combat trick and keep my 3/3 alive. They lost their Goblin Smuggler and they don't have a spell to put to my face. Now I'm at 6 and I have no creatures to sack, but I'm still alive. This turn I have no attack. Maybe last turn I shouldn't have been attacking either. We can definitely debate that. Probably shouldn't have. Probably shouldn't have. I don't think they should have thrown their Goblin Smuggler away. I should have had my Air Elemental back to block. I just wasn't anticipating that kind of an attack, which... Oh. Okay, so what are they holding in their hand? Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and make my 5/5. I can use this like once, and that's it. Activate only as a sorcery. Well, we're doing it. Got plenty of lands to pitch. Don't have very many creatures to sack. I need my skeleton. I don't have much life to lose either. This is a no attack situation. Sadly, I need to draw one creature that can block before I can start attacking with my 5/5. Now, they're not playing the color within summon, so we're good in that regard. Okay, so I can bring back some creatures. 17. A Boneclad Necromancer and Forging Vulture, I think, just to gain a little bit of life to try and get out of burn range and maybe flip a skeleton. Okay, so if I'm doing that, I have 3 mana to play after, so I'd be playing down the Gorging Vulture, which gives me a blocker. So I can make an attack here. It's a little bit risky because they could have more than one removal spell or removal spell plus burn, but if I don't attack, the game just goes longer. They have more turns to draw stuff. I hit him for 5. The next turn, I wouldn't be close to lethal, but I think I go for the attack here. Could be a mistake. I don't know. Maybe I need to be trying to stabilize a little bit more first. Bring back the Boneclad Necromancer and the Gorgon Vulture. I can't afford the life loss to the Audacious Thief anyhow. I do gain 1 life. 1 life is useful. I don't want to turn this into a lose 2 life type situation here. I need to keep that life total at 5 in case they have Shock or Chandra's Outrage. Basically, I can't take any more damage this game. That's the problem with the Bloodsoak Altar, is if you don't have a life gain in your deck to go with it, like, what's the deal 3, gain 3 card? Sometimes you can only activate it like once or twice in a game. All right, they're just mana starved. I'm worried about things like Inspired Charge right now, but I'm going to be able to gum up the board with the Boneclad Necromancer. That's some potential life gain. It has to be on the offensive though. Okay, so I need to keep back 3 creatures. I've got 1, 2, 3. Maybe I should keep 4 back just because like sending 9 in doesn't change the clock. So I'm going to send just the 5/5. Then whip down the Boneclad Necromancer. Exile a Goblin Smuggler. Get myself a 2/2. Maybe I should have sent 1 more creature in the air. I could have afforded it. Yeah. The only question now is Blood Burglar or not to Blood Burglar. If they have Wrath in their deck, I don't remember what the Wrath is called in the set, or if it's 4 mana or 5 mana or 6 mana. Then maybe I want to hold the Blood Burglar just in case. And I don't want to sack and lose any life because I'm at 5, so like 2 shocks does me in. Or a shock plus Chandra's Outrage. Or like a Goblin Smuggler plus a shock. Like he's got haste, so he could, you know, ETB turn one of these unblockable. They drop an enchantment on it, swing for 3 unblockable, shock me. Like there's plenty of ways I could lose this game to a red deck. But now they're tapped out. Yeah, I've got it in the air. Okay, that was a very close game. We ranked up into silver. Nice. And this deck is now 3-3, which, yeah, it's doing pretty well considering what this deck looks like. 3 wins or 2 wins? Does this show what we're at or what we're going for? Well, it shows a 0, so it must show where we're at. So that's 3 wins, 3-2 with this pile. Yeah, ignore the mythic that we rare drafted. Not like there was anything else in that pack anyways. Trying to see if there's anything better. No, I don't think so. Convolute instead of Bone Dash will put me a little bit lower to the ground, but my late game kind of needs a little bit of dig. No. So yeah, do 1 more, or well, however many more games we get in. Uh, all right. Another 4 card hand that is significantly unexciting. There's one land too many in here. I don't even have double blue for Bone to Ash if I, don't draw another island or whatever. But we're keeping it. It's turn 3 into turn 4, Winged Words for 2 mana, so another Winged Words really doesn't help. I need something that keeps me from dying against an expected aggro draw, but their deck is looking slow right now, so maybe I've got time. Okay, so blue, green. Yeah, blue, green elementals probably. Cloudkin Seer is a really good card, but we can trade that off with the Gorging Vulture, I guess, which then we don't get our discount Winged Words, but that's fine. We milled one of our win cons. That's fine. It just happens. If I milled it or if it was sitting on the bottom of the library, there's kind of no difference. I'm going to no blocks this because I want my discounted Winged Words. I don't care about the 2 damage that much considering how slow their start was. Now I start to care about it more. Well, I'm going to hold up the Bone to Ash, in which case I should have blocked so that I could have traded off. They would just have a 4. Am I going to draw something for 2 mana that I can cast? Probably not. I'm gonna hold up the Bone Dash and block with the Gorging Vulture into possible combat trick or something. I don't know. Now they've even got trample on it. Yeah, should have traded off last turn. Oh, what was I saying? That's not a good card to counter, but I can't wait for something better to counter. I need to draw into action. I need my card draw. Well, Unsummon's not what I was looking for. Unsummon doesn't really deal with a Thicket Trap Crasher. It's a very temporary solution. All right, so I can recur just the Vulture. It didn't even flip over a single creature. Yeah. All right, draw 2 cards. Paying the full price. Okay, I've got a Bone Splinter to go with the Boneclad Necromancer. That's actually okay, I guess. I'm just gonna use this to gain 4 life, basically. Kind of stalls out their turn a little bit as well, like they're chokes them on mana potentially, because I got lots of cards in hand, so they'll have to pay mana to replay it or replay something else that actually has less power, so works for me. Yeah, I need to keep playing lands here because I just need to get cards out of hand. Make some dudes. I could Bone Splinters to kill the spider. I don't have good blocks on it anyhow. Or I could save it for something better. Maybe I'll even double block it and then just recur my dude. Really wish I had a skeleton to go with the Bone Splinters, but I only have a single skeleton in the deck. I think I'm going to double block. They won't expect a double block, I don't think. Well, maybe they will. I don't know if they have combat tricks. They probably do. They haven't used any yet. They're playing green. So probably have some sort of pump spell. See, this would have been a nice turn to hold up the Bone Ash. Counter Big Fatty Boom Boom. But nope, they didn't even use that. Just Rabid Bite. So I'll trade it for the skeleton, I guess. Yeah, not great, but we got. If they actually shuffled my creatures back into my deck, it would have been really, really bad for me. But they didn't, so now I get to soul salvage back some dudes to block. Oh, like a gorging vulture that's gonna flip over a skeleton. Nope. Still choking on mana. Back it to trade off with the spider. I mean, I think I need to trade off with the thicket crasher at this point because that's actually got trample. I have to chump this next turn, then take the 3, drop the boneclad necromancer, do a double block on that. Have some dude to throw at the 4/3 the turn after. I guess that sounds like a game plan. Not a fun one, but yeah, maybe I can grind them out. I still have a winged words. I just don't have the time to play it. Gone back to costing 3. Okay, they played the 4/3. Well, Piranhas actually lines up really well there. I still take damage because of the trample, but they Livy. Um, Frostlings. Well, Piranhas. I'm going to hold the Bone Splinter for something better, so I'm not going to play the land. I'm going to keep the land in hand to pitch to, what's his name? Tonebound Lich. We actually got blocks here now. Yeah, 2/1. Yeah, doesn't really change my math. I mean, it kind of does, but also doesn't. Well, that's something I'm going to have to bone to ash, I guess. Or, sorry, Bone Splinter. Yeah. Okay. Their hand is empty, so Bone to Ash would have been nice to have up, but I've never had an opportunity, so I'm going to go ahead and draw some cards here. All right, I've got something more useless to pitch to the Bone Splinters now. I don't even need to. Yeah, I do, don't I? Do I or do I not need to pitch it? Can't be blocked this turn. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, absolutely, I have to kill it. As stupid as that is. Argument could be made to keep the 1/3 over the 2/2 because they have a 2/1, but I don't like that argument. All right, we're turning a corner. We're holding a removal spell plus a counter spell that we've never been able to hold up. Um, they have a land, so yeah, we just need to draw into something. There it is, a skeleton finally shows up. Infinite chump blocks. That thing is trample though, so we have to keep that in mind. I don't have an attack here because they're 5. My 3 power is the highest that I have, and they have a 3/5, so we can stall this out. We're holding a Bone to Ash. We're holding out Blown Splinters. We can stall this game out and maybe get into our Air Elemental. Only have 9 cards left in our library though, and we drew another Gorging Vulture. So yeah, I don't even know if I can play the Gorging Vulture right now. I needed a Blood-Soaked Altar. I needed my Air Elemental. I've already burned my oh boy, I already burned my Soul Salvage. I can't even like Soul Salvage back my Air Elemental by using the Gorging Vulture. I've got 9 turns to deal lethal to my opponent, and I can't attack on the current game board. Current board state. If I mill myself for 4, I have 5 turns left. That's 4 turns of attacking with a vulture. So 5 turns actually. 5 turns, that's only 10 damage. So I can't win it in the air with a Gorging Vulture. I can't play the Gorging Vulture. That's basically what I'm coming up with here. So what I can do is sack this skeleton to kill their mammoth spider. And then I can attack with my 3/3 because I just need to start getting in. So this will trade off with their 4/3, probably. Like if they know where my library game state is at, Okay, they're going to take it, which I mean reasonably as well, because I don't know if I can. This defender's really killing me right now. Yeah, I don't have the Bone to Ash up. I really needed to have the Bone to Ash up. Maybe I shouldn't have recurred this. I should. It's instant speed. Why did I recur it? It's not like it can attack anyways, but I need attackers. No, the Bone to Ash would have been better to have up. That's a mistake. I don't think I'm favored anyways because I'm going to mill out. Even if I can grind them at this point, I probably mill before I can deal 20 points of damage. The Sanitarium Skeletons being recurred at end of turn doesn't change that. Yep, that's a mistake. Not like it's an attacker. I should have held up the Bone to Ash. If they play a big creature right now, that's me getting punished. Okay, same thing. I'm attacking with a 3/3. 3 times 7 is 21, so if they just keep taking it every turn, eventually I get there. I'm sitting on a Bone to Ash. Card draw on the Bone to Ash is actually not great right now. And that doesn't... Oh, great. Yep, sleep paralysis. Now I don't have an attacker. Okay, 2 points of damage a turn. That's not enough. I have an Air Elemental in here, though. If I drew the Air Elemental, like, in the next 2 turns, and it didn't get, sleep paralysis or something, but I can't play the Gorging Vulture. I have to keep holding that up. No attacks. Can I bluff him with a Blade Brand bluff with the Sanitarium Skeleton? I don't think so, and I don't want to spend the mana to recur it. Or okay, so do I have a Tomebound Lich left in my deck? No, I don't. I'm gonna go ahead and run an island out because at this point I might want to pay for Convolute. Yeah, something like that. I have no way of protecting my Air Elemental, and they probably have another removal spell if they're using it on the Bone-clad Necromancer instead of just trading off the Thicket Crasher. Oh, okay. I can't use that ability anymore. 6 cards left in my library. Again, I need that Air Elemental. I still have like 1 or 2 turns to draw it. Not really. Well, I have 1 turn left to draw it. That allow me to get 4 attacks in, and they're at 16 life. So if they have nothing and Air Elementals on top of my library, I still am in this game. Other than that, I don't think I actually have a way to win. I stole their Loaming Shaman somehow, but I don't have any way of doing that. Okay, they're doing the math on an attack. Must have a palm spell. I do have that 5 power Death Touch dude in my deck still as well, don't I? Yeah, okay. I mean, they can just chump block that, but that would open up an attack for my other dudes, so maybe that's a path to victory. It's my turn? I thought it was their turn. What? I have no attack here, do I? No. Okay. Okay, so they get some 1/1 counters. Yeah, Frilled Sea Serpent would actually be good here. Well, I can't let the Gravedigger resolve because that gets their other dude. That puts me 1 turn further away, 1 turn further toward decking. But this is now going to be 4 cards in library with a Feral Abomination able to start attacking the turn after. So I need to play a land here in order to be able to play around a Convolute. I can't attack with anything else. My 2/2 just gets eaten by the 3/3. This will open up the attack for my 2/2 and 1/1. But that's probably not a fast enough clock. So pretty sure I just lose to decking. I didn't draw the Air Elemental in time. Not even going to find out if they had a removal spell. They're probably holding another removal spell, seeing as they're willing to use the sleep paralysis on this Sorcerer of the Fang. Yeah. All right. Not going to pick up my cards quite yet, but I think we're less than 1%. That little 3% chance that we had a couple turns back is gone. All right, so they can return a creature. Okay, so they can flash that down to put a counter on their dude. That's cool. They're going to do it in response to this, though. Well, we'll see. Maybe they won't. They should. Otherwise, I'm going to kill their Cutthroat response and playing their 2-1. If I have to throw this into combat, they can trade off with it pretty easy, but that's my only potential maybe win con. That's all I've got. Maybe I should have thrown the skeleton to like use it as a finisher in addition to something, or threaten a blade brand, maybe bluff a point of damage, but like I still don't have my air elemental, so there's only 2 turns potential for the air elemental to attack if it's on top of my library. Okay, so they still have a 4/4, so my 2/2 can't attack. I could sneak through a point of damage with the skeleton each turn on my next turn though. Yeah, okay, so the air elemental is like literally one of the last cards in my deck. At this point, I can't actually deal damage to my opponent fast enough, so I'm just going to go ahead and look to see where the air elemental's at. Right on top. Second last card in my deck was the air elemental. If I had drew that like 4 turns earlier, I had a realistic chance of victory. Or a realistic path to victory, not really a chance. It's yeah. So 3-3. Um White and black spells, eh? That's that. I'm gonna go ahead and just save this deck. Posterity. Um what is the date? November 3? Alright. Yeah, 3-3's alright. That deck wasn't really any better than that. It needed like another 2 skeletons to be an actual good deck, like 2 skeletons, 1 murder, or something like that, or 2 skeletons, an audacious thief, and a blade brand. Even just 1 skeleton would have been nice, but that's that. I'm gonna take a little quick break here. Been streaming for a bit. My voice needs some more water. I'm gonna grab some water, come back, do another draft. I've got time for another draft, so 5 minutes, and I'll be right back, I guess. All right, I'm back. So, gonna re-enter, do another draft. Science said that the average wait time was under a minute for draft. We'll see if that's true. Previous one where I think we were waiting about 6 minutes. Europeans are probably waking up by now. Not sure if they're. I mean, it's a work day for them, but not everybody works on Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. Yep, here's hoping to open some good rares. I don't think I had a single rare in my last deck. The only rare I took in the draft was that Ajani Planeswalker, which I just straight up rare drafted. Didn't really have a chance or think I was going to use it. So I think the average timer was under a minute, is what it said. So we're just hitting that minute now. Still need 3 more people to fill it up. Be nice to end with a positive win-loss ratio on a deck. And I don't think I've played white yet, so maybe I'll get a blue-white flyers going, or I don't really know how to draft the red-white or green-white deck, but we'll see. Maybe I can get something there. I think white was the weakest color, and that's I think partially due to pacifism being a fairly weak card in this format. All the different sack outlets, some protection type stuff yet too. And then there's a bunch of creatures that don't really care about attacking and blocking, so like pacifism doesn't do much to them. Like if they're just there for an activated ability, or if they're just giving the team trample even though they can't attack. But yeah, so we'll see. Pacifism would also be bad against a go wide type format. Locking up a token when there's another token right beside it really doesn't matter. So we're at 2.5 minutes. So much for that less than a minute average queue time. There we go. Not bad for wait time at all, but it's not what they were indicating. 2 more people need to click the button. All right, what do we get? Okay, we actually have a legitimate, actual good rare that we opened up. And it goes into a blue-white flyers, it goes into a blue-green ramp, it goes into blue-black control. It's just a good creature. Other notable cards, I like Scholar of the Ages. No way that's going to wheel, though. Mask, I guess. Skeleton. Like, it's a fairly weak pack. Oh, okay. Silverback Shaman. Cutthroat's playable. Axe is playable, but a whole bunch of these cards really aren't that good. So, yeah, it's not a good pack. Don't know what's going to wheel, but we're definitely taking the card draw spell, if I'm not mistaken. Draw 2, discard 1. Whenever it deals. Okay, fancy game winning condition. 6 different mana values. Yeah, that's never happening. But the 4/5 flying for 6, triple blue though, and it has a draw ability attached to it that prevents you from attacking. But still, I think it's a clear first pick. Chandra's a really good card. Chandra's a really, really good card. It's first pick quality. Metropolis Sprite, if we go like blue-white flyers, would be good, potentially. Not quite the second pick I want. Sleep Paralysis goes well with the All-Seeing, but I think Chandra is enough better than Sleep Paralysis. I should take Chandra anyways. Maybe I can draft a red-blue elemental deck, or I mean, this doesn't go great in what Chandra is going to go great with, but like Sleep Paralysis, Agonizing Siphon are just a fair bit worse than the Chandra. I think Sleep Paralysis is potentially the pick here if we were trying to like force our blue, keep it open for like blue-green or something like that. Chandra's really good. Yeah, I'm going to take the Chandra over the sleep paralysis. Okay, nothing in red here, nothing in blue here. I mean, anticipate, but so Bone Splinters, Agonizing Siphon, or Herald of the Sun. I'm going to take Herald of the Sun. I think this goes better in a blue-white Flyers deck, although that gives us a lot of late game, not much early game. Maybe that's not correct. Maybe I should take the Bone Splinters. Altar's okay, but like expensive cards, adding expensive cards to a pile. I'm adding a third color here. Obviously, I'm not going to play all three. Herald of the Sun, Bone Splinters, Agonizing Siphon. I'm going to take a black card. Yeah. I'm going to take a black card because there's two good black cards. Maybe one of them will wheel, and then I could do a blue-black deck. That rare is playable, but we're seeing black here. Green rare, it's triple green, though, to activate the ability. Like, if we had something going on here with green, then maybe this is a pretty decent pack, but I'm not taking the Frilled Sea Serpent over the Skeleton to go with the Splinters. So I think we're going blue-black, maybe that land will wheel, or the Bone Splinters or something. Um, this is a bad pack. Yarok's a pretty decent card. Netcaster Spider's okay too. Maybe blue-green is the way. Green is definitely seeming open, but I want to go black instead to pair up, I think. So far, there's nothing that really goes with Yarok in this deck, but there's a lot of time yet to find something. I need to get my curve down, though. But we're looking at blue-black here. I don't want to strand my rare just to pick up some like mediocre green cards. I don't know if we'll splash Chandra or not. It'd be an okay splash. The mana ramp is whatever. The elemental pump, we might not have any synergy with that. There are elementals in blue. There aren't really elementals in green. But if we can get some of the 2/1 flyer draw card, then all of a sudden like that 2/0 pump starts to become real. If not, then Chandra's basically a 4 mana card that shocks once or maybe twice, potentially even more than that. But okay, so Boreal Elemental versus Wolf Rider Saddle, I guess, and obviously we're in blue, so we're taking the blue card. Lots of playable cards in here, but like Elemental's better than Angel, better than Saddle, I think as well, and it's obviously better than Bladebrand or Reduced to Ashes. So a clear pick. My curve's too high, need to get my curve down, but it is Elementals to go with the Chandra. So I don't know. We're not seeing black anymore. Like one Bone Splinters, one a Sanitarium Skeleton. That's not something we're splashing. It's just if we could get some more of that, then that would be a pretty sweet little package to be running. We got some more black. Right now I've got expensive blue stuff and a strong red card that synergizes a little bit with the blue stuff. Lots of draft to go, but I need to get my converted mana cost down. Okay, so good red card, decent black card, playable green card, and we're gonna pick up the black card. Not exactly at its best in a blue-black, unless we can get some Audacious Thieves or something. But I could, I don't know, Skeleton wearing a bow, then play the Cutthroat, maybe. If I get some bows and some bow support, I am planning to play blue, so bows are potential. The packs are sitting to my side. Pretty crazy. That's supposed to be Gandalf. I don't know. Magic the Gathering did a Gandalf set, right? So what do I know what's going on anymore? Green's open. I don't want to play green, but I mean, I'm going to take the Gift of Paradise because if I do grow green, I want it to be able to cast my expensive stuff, I guess. The other options like a Dawning Angel, if I opened up like a good rare or like a white flyer, maybe I'd want that. But I need to get my curve down or get some ramps, so I'm going to take the Gift of Paradise, I believe, because I've seen green is open. Second skeleton, that would indicate to me that black is open. I have a Bone Splinter. Let's take another skeleton. Moprana is something I would play if I wasn't playing black, but I think with a skeleton this late, black's open. I'm going to take black. Again, same thing. Moprana, Agonizing Siphon. I'm going to take the Agonizing Siphon. Um, I would play the Moprana, but I'm going to take the Agonizing Siphon here. I I might play Anticipate. I might not. Gift of Paradise can go. I might still um, play the Chandra. Probably not playing this. I've already got a fair bit of late game, but probably a better chance than the Dagger Sale. I'm not. I don't think I'm switching off of black. I'm pretty sure this card's unplayable, but O2, draw a card, discard a card. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is playable. Not taking a second one. I doubt we're playing Befuddle. I don't know what its role is. Oh boy. Okay. I was complaining about never having rares that I could play, opening like Field of Lotus and Field of the Dead and whatever. This is a bomb. ETB, sack a creature, like, I don't know, one of those skeletons, and I destroy a creature. And when it dies, I get to return a creature with CMC 3 or less from graveyard to battlefield. I don't really have anything with a converted mana cost of 3 or less, but it's a 4/5 lifelink for 5. Like, that alone would be playable. Gravedigger is great. I love a Gravedigger. Um, Obviously not picking Gravedigger over this. Gravedigger is not wheeling. Maybe we get a Frostlinks or a Gorging Vulture or something out of this pack. Like, this pack is pretty good. Cavalier of Night Night is also an elemental, so Risen Reef. Um, no, black doesn't have elementals. I don't think I can go into that. So Chandra's great. I think I'm gonna splash my single Chandra. I could splash two Chandras, but I don't think I'm second picking it over something like um Frostlinks. I just need some creatures that cost 3 or less to start gumming up the board, and then Cavalier of Night can bring it back. So I think it's better than Sleep Paralysis here. I'm not gonna double splash two Chandras like I would, but triple blue, triple black, it's not exactly helping me to mana fix with the ramp. It's just a pair of shocks in a 4 mana package. Risen Reef is absolutely busted. Best uncommon in the set probably, but I'm not gonna add green to my deck. Okay, here we have some real choices. Scholar of Ages is great. I have some cards to go with it. Agonizing Siphon, Bone Splinters, but my late game's already nuts. I don't need more late game. I need some more early game. I've got two skeletons, so a second Bone Splinter to go with my two skeletons seems better than a third skeleton to go with my one Bone Splinter. So this is a Bone Splinter. Scholar would be if I had a murder or a murder plus an unsummon, something like that. Maybe I could do a Scholar of the Ages. But I needed to get my mana cost down, and picking up a removal spell that already synergizes well, it seems like a great pickup here. Grafter's Cage, no, not picking that. So Bone to Ash or Agonizing Siphon. That would be my second Agonizing Siphon over Bone to Ash. Um, the thing is that I don't really get to play at instant speed here, I don't think. So I think I'd rather just take a removal spell that's maybe arguably a little bit weak, but it helps me in the mid game to get to the late game. I'm already winning the late game. Let's just kill one of those 4/3 tramply dudes and gain 3 life instead of like trying to counterspell something and like get catch back up when I'm already behind. Portal versus Bone to Ash. Again, Bone to Ash not the best in my deck. Does Portal do anything? It's a slow late game grindy card. I've got a single Frostlinks. That's not good enough. So I'm going to take the Bone to Ash here. I don't think Portal would make it into my deck unless if like something major changed. Siphon, Soul Salvage, Vulture. So Siphon doesn't kill big things. The more you have of the Siphon, like the worse they get, because there's fewer and fewer targets. Gorging Vulture, it's a 3-drop creature. I've got 2 skeletons to mill. Let's do it. I do need to pick up a Soul Salvage at some point. Fathom Fleet Cutthroat, again, it's like down the list. I wouldn't be playing it over. Oh, this isn't what my deck wants. Leyline's unplayable. Marauder's Axe, 2 skeletons with an axe, or this Sorcerer of the Fangs. Sorcerer of the Fang actually played out okay-ish last game. Do I need it to gum up the ground? Well, I currently have no 2-drops, so Yes. Okay, here's a Soul Salvage versus a Fathom Fleet Cutthroat. I only need the one. I will get one eventually. Can I take the 2/3 mill dude? I don't know. Befuddle's like Bill. I don't know if I'm gonna play that. I think Soul Salvage is better than the Sage's Road Denizen here. I do have a Yarok's Wave Crasher, a single Frostlings. Yeah, Soul Salvage is probably the pick. I'm not gonna be playing this. I've already got late game. Uh, Prismite might see play if I can't find 2 drops, or I could take the Anvil right. I could take the Flyer. I mean, how's my 4 look? My 4 is full. I don't need more 4. Yeah. All right. Plus, theoretically that could filter mana for my Chandra. Blade Brand over Marauder's Axe. I've got 2 skeletons. Blade Brand seems okay. Oh boy. Oh no. Skeleton or Scholar of the Ages? I'm gonna take Scholar. I love Scholar. I don't know if this is correct. I'm gonna hope that I see a murder at some point. Smuggler shouldn't be in the pack this late. We're not playing it, but we'll take it away from someone else. I'm gonna take the Vault damage off the Rule of Law over the Growth Cycle, which is probably the better card. Take the Fry. We're not. There's no sideboard. We're not running it. We don't need removal. A 3/2. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we'll play it. Okay. Leyline's unplayable. These uncommons don't excite me. Damage equal to the number of creatures I control. I don't really expect that being a large number. We're not trying to like aggro out people, so we're not, racing damage. I don't hope. I'm gonna take the Audacious Thief here. We're not great for the Thief. We've got a single Blade Brand, a single Frostlings. Like, it's not good in my deck, but it's probably still okay. Chandra's Outrage would be the other card, but we're not splashing double red. We're not desperate on playables. Oh, why did they do this to me? Okay, I'd play all 3, 4, 5 of these cards out of this pack I want. Planeswalker, though, shrinks opposing creatures, creates a giant bird, and has... Okay, emblems are stupid. Blood for Bones is an amazing card with the Scholar of the Ages and some really good targets here. I don't know if this is correct, the Planeswalker or the Blood for Bones. This figure is great with Audacious Thief, Bone Splendors. I've got 2 skeletons. I think Planeswalkers are just broken enough that you just take them, even though this is maybe no better than an Air Elemental a lot of the time. Blood for Bones might be the pick, but I'm taking the rare or mythic. Murder. Murder, murder, murder. I love the Frostlings. I would take the Blood Burglar. I might even play a Sage's Road Denizen. Murder goes with Scholar of the Ages. Why are we talking about this? Chandra's gonna have to get cut. There's no way. Pattern Matcher. I don't have anything for Pattern Matcher. Grave Diggers is nuts good. My 4s I think are loaded. Yeah, maybe not that loaded. Yeah, we can find room for a Grave Digger. The other option would be a Blade Brand, which goes with Audacious Thief, but we only have 1 Thief, so take the oh oh my goodness, this deck needs to do way better than 3 and 3. Frostlinks, Bone Splinter, or Sanitarium Skeleton. Is there such a thing as too much removal? I've already got ways to recur my removal. I've got 2 Agonizing Siphon. Do we take the Skeleton instead? Or even the Frostlings? I'm going to hover that and stare. I have no idea. I don't think any of those picks were wrong. Just one of them was more right than the others. I don't think we're playing a Bone-Clad Necromancer. This deck's way too good to bother with that. But we'll take it anyways, because I could have a misread. Unsummon. Okay, so Unsummon plus Scholar of the Ages. You return your Scholar of the Ages plus a Murder and an Unsummon. So unsummon your Scholar of Ages, get back Murder. It's a very expensive, very, very expensive chain, but obviously we're playing at least 1 Unsummon. Okay, I took Bone Splinter over Skeleton. I should have taken Skeleton over Bone Splinter because of Blade Brand. 2 Blade Brands. If we had more Audacious Thieves, this would be a more clear pick, but I don't know if we run it or not, but we definitely take it. Convolute's not getting played, but we'll take it anyways. Okay, that's too many bone splinters. But we're not playing bone to ash. We're not playing. That's too many bone splinters. I should have taken the skeleton instead. We're not playing Fathom Fleet Cutthroat, are we? I don't think we're playing the bone splinter though, but okay. Yeah, this deck is nuts. Um, Blade Brand. I wish I had more Audacious Thieves though, because I've got the Blade Brands for it. Aether Gust, only red or green. We're not playing that, but it's an uncommon. We'll just take it for vault damage anyways. Okay, so I misdrafted a little bit. I should have taken Skeleton over the Bone Splinters. There might have been some other picks, like the Blood for Bones with the Scholar of the Ages over the Planeswalker, but I kind of just rare drafted that. Okay, hard cuts. My deck is nuts enough that I'm not playing the Chandra. We'll have better mana without it. I don't have the 2 drops. That's where my deck sucks. I have too many Bone Splinters, not enough Skeletons. Like, because I don't have the 2 drops, it definitely should have been another Skeleton. Frostlinks maybe would have been better than I picked up a Bone Splinter there as well, I think. Still running the Audacious Thief, I think. Okay, what do we have for, like, all their non-creature stuff? Is way too much. 2 Agonizing Siphon, a Boned Ash, which I might cut. Okay, our top end is all nuts. I'm playing that Scholar of the Ages. I don't care that it costs 7 mana. We'll just grind our way there and win the game with that. All I need to do is not get run over, and I needed more 2 drops for that, or more skeletons that I can recur late game. Maybe I need to even consider this Prismite. That's terrible. Yeah, but this on turn 3 can still get killed before I can make the Elemental. It's possible that I'm in a little bit of trouble here in terms of my low to ground stuff. I don't think to the extent where I play a Barony Vampire, but all right, there's a Blade Brand there that maybe I should bring in to consider. I'm not going to be playing hardcover. I don't have cheap creatures to put it on, and I think it's a bad card. Okay, let's cut all the bad cards here because I've got way too many cuts to make. Blade Brand, not at its best in our deck. We've already got like 4 Bone Splinters. I don't need to be using Blade Brands to Sanctum Skeleton. Anticipate maybe gets to stay anyways because it's pretty good as a 1-of with the Scholar of the Ages, perhaps. I don't know, that sounds like a weak argument. Frostlings. My 3s are all good except for the Barony Vampire. I'm gonna cut that. I'm just gonna hope I don't get run over early game. Really should have picked up that 3rd skeleton. That's gonna be the difference maker. Yeah, I'm gonna cut that. Fathom Fleet Cutthroat is a mediocre card, but it goes well with Audacious Thief and the Gorging Vulture to an extent, maybe-ish. I could totally see cutting it though. I've got 2 Agonizing Siphon. Like, I don't need to have a 3/3 that's gonna just block 2/2s and or trade with 3/3s, right? I could see cutting this. It's really good with Audacious Thief, but this isn't really an Audacious Thief deck, I don't think. What do we got for creature count? 14. It's a little bit low. Maybe I should be looking at cutting spells. I want to keep an unsummoned. I think I cut a Bone Splinters though. I think I just run the 3. Blade Brand cycles on my opponent's creatures when I don't have a skeleton or Sorcerer of the Fang. The Bone Splinters doesn't do anything early game. And late game, I've got Murder's Agonizing Siphon, although Agonizing Siphon doesn't kill big things. I think I cut a Bone from Ash in this deck. I'm not going to be holding it up. If this was an instant speed, then that'd be different. But it's a sorcery. I don't need to keep that. I've got the Soul Salvage and the Unsummon for the Scholar. That is nuts. Just needed another skeleton over the Bone Splinter. 3 more cuts. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Fathom Fleet Cutthroat's got to go. I want to keep the 2 Bone Splinters. Sorcerer of the Fang has to stay. I just don't have anything else there. Blade Brands, 1 Anticipate. Cut my worst. Oh yeah, Boneclad Necromancer. Bang, gone. Easy cut. Should have looked at that earlier. Um, between Boreal Elemental, Cavalier of Night, Scholar of Ages, All Seeing, my late game Gravedigger. My late game's locked up. I just need to survive to get there. Anticipate's not a great card. The only reason I'm kind of wanting to run it is the Scholar of Ages. But if I stick a Scholar of Ages, I've already made it to the late game. I don't need to dig for better cards. I'll have plenty in my graveyard. Like 10 different instant sorceries that Scholar of the Ages can recur. That's not going to be the problem. I don't need to anticipate there to go and find stuff. I could consider running more lands. I guess that's another thing that I could have picked up would be a dual land because I've got a triple blue, triple black situation going on. I got triple blue on turn 2, and I'm playing more swamps than islands. But I've got Murder, Cavalier of Night. Argument could be made either way for more black or for more blue just because of the Sky Dancer for turn 3. I don't think this is an 18 card, 18 land deck. I don't have a way to get rid of extra lands. I don't have Tonebound Lich. I don't have any winged words. Like, I'm not running the Anticipate. Um, cut a Blade Brand. I don't think 4 Bone Splinters is a good call here. I don't have cheap creatures to sack to it, and I'm going to be able to recur them with Scholar of the Ages, so I don't need to run more. Agonizing Siphon, that just can claw me out in the mid game. That's what my turn 4 is going to be spent on, Agonizing Siphoning against aggro decks because I don't have 4 drops or 2 drops, so I'm going to be behind. This will pull me back even to get me to that late game. I think Blade Brand is better than Bone Splinters in the 3-2 split as opposed to like a 4-1 split because I can cycle this on my opponent's creatures as I just don't have very many creatures. Plus late game, I guess I can Scholar of Ages to bring back a Blade Brand to draw a card. I don't know. That's really terrible. I don't know how to value this. Blade Brand versus Bone Splinters. Or bringing in a Barony Vampire just because my 3s. Yeah, if I can't play this on 3, like if realistically that's a 5, then maybe I need the Barony Vampire. Cut a Blade Brand, run a Barony Vampire. That sounds awful. But I think the only way I can lose is if I get run over, in which case let's just run the Prismite. Okay, why doesn't it want to drag over? Whatever. Run the Prismite, cut a Blade Brand. I don't need the Blade Brand removal. Do I? I don't know, it's pretty good with Audacious Thief. Hmm. Goodness. This card is just so much worse than like a Blade Brand with the Thieves, even the Frostlings, Vulture, Thief. Like Audacious Thief, when you attack and you draw, like you're hoping to draw into like a Blade Brand to trade off or something. Like not Prismite. You know, I'm gonna play it like this. If I get run over, then I'll make that change. Prismite for Blade Brand. Could even be an argument for Boneclad Necromancer, but my 5's already pretty jammed up, like my 5s and 6s, but maybe not that jammed. Maybe I do need to have some more firepower against go wide type stuff. Pretty good with Bone Splinters, I guess. Again, I'm anticipating being behind. Fathom Fleet Cutthroat over the Blade Brand. Yeah, I don't know. I can see an argument for that. 13 creatures. This goes so much better in aggro deck. We're not an aggro deck. Dissipate. Like, it's one mediocre card that I'm adding. Prismite, Boneclad Necromancer, Fathom Fleet Cutthroat, Barony Vampire, Bone Splinters, Blade Brand, Anticipate. Those are all potential cards here. I think it's Anticipate. I've talked myself back into it. I just need something to do on turn 2 to dig me into something like lands or something. Like, I guess I'm getting run over. Maybe my late game's not quite that nuts. So I maybe need to ensure that I get the correct cards at the correct times. I don't know. I don't know. Does it even matter? The deck's powerful enough that like one card here, one card there, maybe doesn't even matter. All right, let's just start playing. Figure it out. I'm not smart enough to know what to put in out of that list of nuts cards. Need somebody with experience drafting to tell me. This deck needs to do better than 3-3 though. Okay, yeah, this is the type of opening hand that I like to see. I can't cast Murder because I don't have the double black, but we've got some turns to draw there. Again, triple black with only a single swamp to start. There's definitely weaknesses on this hand, but like the strengths are just absolutely nuts. Island's not what I wanted to see. I would have been fine drawing a couple of swamps, but I don't need more lands that produce blue mana at the moment. Okay, get in for point of damage here. I'm gonna play the island. It does tell them what color I'm playing. I do have that triple blue 3-drop though. Or sorry, double blue 3-drop. Didn't draw it. So I can't attack into that. I have no good play here. I do hold up Murder though. And we'll just end the turn. Um I can totally prevent the damage here and then recur it next turn and play it. But I could also hold up Murder for whatever they're going to play. I don't know if I have to save Murder all that much, seeing as I have a Cavalier of Night in my hand, and I've got like plenty of other removal. So we're gonna just kill whatever they play this turn with Murder 50-50. So I'm not gonna block here because 3 damage probably doesn't matter, and I want to have this in play for the skeleton in play for the Cavalier. Now that's not something we're murdering, so yeah, well played by our opponent if that's what they read. I could have recurred and played the skeleton here, but we'll just hold up Murder again, and this time we'll probably chump block. Although now the argument that I was making last turn about Cavalier of Night, I should have just chump blocked and then replayed the skeleton. Then Cavalier would have it here for the snipe. Yeah, I don't know. Uh, 5 damage. Then the Cavalier isn't going to be able to use it for anything. I could just play Boreal Elemental. It shuts down the board anyways, and then maybe they try to use a removal spell on it, which they're gonna have a hard time because of the ability, ward ability. I can just return this right away. They didn't have a turn 3 play. So Boreal Elemental, they can't kill it, and it shuts down their board. I'm still at 15 life. Next turn, Skeleton plus Cavalier of Night, killing whatever they manage to play. Seems fair. And Cavalier can just start attacking for some massive life gain. If they have a combat trick, I literally don't care. If they kill my Boreal using a combat trick, that just makes my Cavalier of Night safer for life linking in a couple of turns in a row. Yeah, nicely done. I'm still at 13. Can't be too confident though. Cavalier of Night could get killed by a pacifism or something. They don't have an exile effect in white, I don't think, in this set. So I'm just going to run it out. The only creature 3 mana or less in my graveyard right now would be a skeleton, which is really unexciting. Return with the Cavalier ability if the Cavalier dies, but I don't think the Cavalier's at much risk of dying. And I can just soul salvage it back if they can't exile it. They're going to use a God's Willing to save a 3/3 when I have a 5 on board. That really doesn't seem good. They do get the scry out of it. Maybe they can get to some actual mana and actually do something, but that's a pretty weak God's willing. All right. Not going to soul salvage back for just an elemental. I'm going to go for the attack first, though. Agonizing Siphon, again, sorcery speed. Maybe I should have done it to kill their 3/3 before making this attack, but I don't really care that much if they kill the Cavalier of Night in combat because I can just soul salvage it plus the Boreal Elemental back. I don't have to save the soul salvage for something better. Those cards are already nuts. And if they do go for a pump spell here, I have the Murder. I'm gonna just I don't know, double block. I don't I don't need to save the Murder. And then I force them to use removal on my dude. Yeah, I'm holding a Bone Splinters. Let's just do this. Do they have that God's Willing again? I've got a luxury of riches. I'm not really playing that cautiously right now. I'm leaning a lot on the Soul Salvage and Bone Splinters. But this creature can absolutely run away with the game if I keep it alive. They do have a 2 damage to target thing. Okay, so now they're using a pump spell. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now, I could have held that for responding to a pump spell type situation, but not with the way that things were set up on the board there. So I could play myself into a loss. All right. Don't need to hold the island. I've got no way of pitching them for any action, and I've got some really expensive chains that I could get to in the late game. I'm going to go ahead and soul salvage back my 2 dudes. I don't want to leave them in the graveyard where they could get, I don't know, exiled by something or shuffled back in as green as a shuffle. I haven't seen a black card yet, which I think is the only exile creatures in the graveyard. But opponent's on 2 cards and has a 0/1 and a 2/2. I've got Skelly Boy, which, screams synergies. Like, this doesn't scare me. I'm holding a Boreal plus a Cavalier of Night. Like, they'd have to have some really good stuff to beat me here, and I've got a deck full of good stuff yet. I could just draw lands for the rest of the game, though, and lose to some Cavalier from them. Possible. But this deck is nuts, and I need to play it tighter than this, though. Okay, I'm at 15. Could die to like an overrun type effect, theoretically. I think, again, just run this out. I'm not too worried about it dying or getting pacified or whatever. They didn't use removal earlier. They used combat tricks, which indicates to me that they don't have removal. I'm going to make an attack here first, though. Get in my point of damage or kill their pup, whatever. I don't have anything good to kill here, though, so maybe I should just play this flyer. The lifelink on the attack is pretty great. But this shuts down their flyer, and they'd have to have something. I mean, I'm playing around removal that they don't necessarily have, and that I can't really do anything about anyways if they do have it. I don't know. Play land or not? 4, 7, 8. Do I want to spend 8 mana a turn? Potentially. I could do both a Cavalier plus an Agonizing Siphon or recurring the Skeleton. So the reason I attacked the Skeleton was partially because I was going to use the Cavalier of Night, play the Cavalier of Night, sack it, destroy something, like the 2/2 flyer, but like I don't care enough about killing a 2/2 flyer to run with the Cavalier of Night over the Boreal Elemental. I want them to play something better first and then snipe it with that. That's not a good card, but I might as well kill it. Could mana fix for them. I mean, it's an okay card. It just isn't great on this board. I'll make the attack. Skelly Boy or no Skelly Boy. Yeah, I've got 8 mana here. It costs 4 to recur that, and 5 to play this. So no, I'll hold it back. It's unlikely to get through, and if I Cavalier of Night, I'd like to have it in play so that I can use it to kill stuff, which I'm going to go ahead and do. Why didn't I play around removal this turn if I played around removal last turn? Because I'm bad at the game. Oh, okay. That's actually a good play. No, then I won't. None of your stuff is better than a Skelly Boy in my than the Elemental that I'd have to sack. That's well played by my opponent. Again, I'm playing loose and sloppy. I just don't believe I'm capable of losing. Yeah, 1 land in the yard. Okay. I'll probably kill it with an agonizing siphon next turn. Or I'll kill the flyer, maybe that's better. I was thinking I could maybe put this at the face, but this thing's going to grow into like something bigger than agonizing siphon can kill. Return that to my hand. Play it down. Maybe I should have attacked first. Probably should have attacked first. If they don't have a pump spell here, then I'm going to get in for some lifelink, go back up to 19. I'll hold a land or play a land. I don't smell Mind Rot coming out of them. They're not going to splash black for Mind Rot. I've got no reason to hold the land, do I? I don't think so. We'll just play it. And kill the Elvish Reclaimer. Agonizing Siphon doesn't have that much value. It's just I could go to the face with it. 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 plus another 3. No, that doesn't even add up to 14. So yeah, I'll kill the Elvish Reclaimer. I'm holding 2 Bone Splinters and I've got a skeleton, so I don't need to save it. Plus it doesn't even kill the big stuff. Well, it does kill Planeswalkers, and this doesn't, so we could lose this. Target creature deals damage equal its power to target creature or Planeswalker. Seems like the kind of thing that... okay, this is a potential attacker against her, which matters. So I'm going to snipe their flyer. Oh, okay, so I was going to sack the skeleton to snipe the flyer. Yeah. All right. Target that. Sack this. Not going to kill her right away. And they can chump with a 1, even if I'm sending the 4/5. So they can definitely keep her alive and have a pump spell and kill my remaining creature or something. I don't know. But I'm expecting that either she's dead or she's, you know, they're chomping with an irrelevant creature and she's low enough that it's just going to put some 1/1 counters out. Sorcerer of the Fang kind of increases my clock a tiny bit. I'm going to replay the Skelly Boy. I don't see a reason to hold it in my hand. It's a potential attacker. They could have a Wrath. Maybe I should be respecting that because I don't want to be stuck holding like a Bone Splinters as my only card. But Silverback Shaman, probably going to Bone Splinters that. Yeah, and she's going to +1 some stuff. Planeswalkers are real. They're very difficult to deal with. They're pretty annoying. No, I'll just take the damage. Okay, ETB, return another creature to owner's hand. If I tap correctly, I can return the Cavalier of Night, which I can then use to snipe a creature. So let's do this. We're going to Bone Splinters this dude, sacking this dude. They do get to draw a card. We're then going to go to the attack. I don't have enough to replay now, though, because I used up a removal spell. So if they block the 4/5, the 1... No, actually, 3 is enough to kill. They don't have a reach. What am I doing? Send this over here. Hold this back. I can activate this end of turn. Don't need to throw it away. Play smarter. Yeah, they've got no reach. Okay, we clear the Planeswalker. We cleared their 5/4. They're going to have 2 cards in hand and a butt ton of mana. I don't need to play the Yorick's Fen Lurker into potential Wrath. So we're just going to sit. Yeah, I can't replay the Cavalier right away anyhow, but like who cares? And I'll activate Sorcerer of the Fang end of their turn after. I don't need to chump. I'm at 25. Opponent might be conceding here. Let's see if they have something. Destroy target tapped creature. Yeah, okay. So they killed the flyer, presumably because they have a ground blocker. That's a ground blocker. I've burned up a bunch of removal already, both Bone Splinters, a Murder, and one of my Agonizing Siphons. I do have another Agonizing Siphon. My opponent's at low life total. No blocks. They could make an army here as well. The 2 to the face is maybe potentially relevant. Okay. I attack, they double block, they kill it. I managed to not trade off for that. That doesn't seem like a very good block. very good attack. So instead of attacking, I'm going to tap a single black and triple blue. Thank you, auto tapper. Because why not? Can't activate Sorcerer of the Fang a second time though, but this guy's worth killing. And next turn I'll have attacks again. I don't know what oops is here. Yeah. Yeah. So if they had a Wrath, then like they could claw back into the game and we'd be going to top decks. But I've got a Scholar of the Ages. I've got that big flying dude. Like my deck is not out of gas yet. I did burn a whole bunch of cards though going after them, but they also had, Vivian, Silverback Shaman. Like their deck's not bad. That's not what a bad deck looks like. These are all decent cards. There's nothing in here that okay. So Corsair is maybe not great. Isle of Dragonfire not great. Angelic Gift not great. Like it's okay. They've got some real power in there as well. That's a decent deck. But mine's I think just better. I didn't play terribly smart, terribly cautious. Should play better. But all right, 1-0. Keep it going. Two-lander, not excited about two-lander with all these expensive cards, but it does have two colors. It has a potential turn 3 play, um, some removal. So I just need to draw a couple of lands and some cheap creatures, which my deck does not have cheap creatures. Maybe I should. I'm going to keep it though. I hope it's not incorrect. I just need to get time, to buy time. If I have time, I can get there. They're playing blue, so hopefully not getting aggroed down. Blue-red with a 2-drop beater. Not unsummoning that. I might cycle the Blade Brand. I should do it here in order to play a land. If I get a land, I don't have any tap lands. Blade Brand's not doing anything in my deck right now with this draw anyways, so yeah, we'll cycle it. Alright. I still have the Unsummon up, plus now I can play the Sky Dancer next turn. Okay, Smuggler, yeah. I'm going to actually bounce the Pack Mastiff here for the simple reason that I've got lots of late game, and this will help my Sky Dancer live next turn. Because I can use the ability on the Goblin Smuggler. So if they can't kill it, the next turn I can play get an Elemental token out of it, and that will allow me to start blocking. So I'm hoping this is an Air Elemental. That's really what I'm hoping it is right now. Maybe it's even more than that, but I'm hoping it's at least an Air Elemental. It's probably gonna die though, but it will have gained me some life. It's gained me 2 life right now. It'll gain me 2 life next turn. Actually more than that because I can make the Elemental plus Agonizing Siphon one of their 2 creatures, which I'm going to do it against the Goblin Smuggler or the Flyer. I already have a flying blocker, but they could have an unsummon. She's dead either way if they have an unsummon, but it's like for future turns. So I think the Flyer doesn't concern me as much as the unblock ability. All right. Need to hit some more lands. They did have the unsummon. See, she's worse than an air elemental. What did I pick her over again? I remember it was a nuts card, but she's actually pretty good. It's just, there's certain draws where it doesn't work. So we got our triple blue at least for the all seeing. Agonizing Siphon now because I might need to all seeing next turn, or do I wait for something better to kill? No, these siphons aren't really going to get much better than this. Now, maybe I should have targeted the other one because if they hadn't unsummoned, they could return it, prevent my 3 life, and draw a card next turn. Yeah, I say it as they do it. There's an air elemental, and I need a Skelly Boy to go with my bone splinters. Well, okay, this is not. Maybe it'll hit a Skelly Boy. I need another swamp though as well. No, didn't hit a. It hit a Gravedigger and a Bone Splinter. Not hit my skeleton. Yeah, I'm still at a good life total, but I'm decidedly behind on this board, and my cards might not be enough to like pull me back. And okay, question: trade and gain life, or hold this back so I can block the Cloud Finseer or blow up the Air Elemental. I think that's better play. If they have removal, I could very easily lose this game. There we go. Okay, again, it's gonna block that. I'm not gonna blow it up because I want to run this out. I haven't hit my soul salvage yet, which would be great for the Scholar of the Ages. Got an unsummon though, so yeah, I don't know if I can chain that against them. They've probably got counter spells or something in their deck. Okay, they held the air elemental back because I've got a pump spell. Fill my all seeing. That's the only reason that makes sense here, right? Is this stupid not blocking? No, because they're gonna kill it, but I can't do anything to prevent that. I could draw instead, but I don't like that because I'm already behind. They're gonna kill my all seeing, like 100% here. They've got something that kills it. The attack doesn't make sense holding back the air elemental though. If they have a pump spell, why wouldn't they send the air elemental? But if they don't have a pump spell, why are they sending the 2/2s? Okay, they didn't have it. Why did they send the 2/2s? I don't understand. They're just trying to get me low. Okay, they do have something to finish it off. That's exactly the reason that makes sense. Yeah, I should have thought of that. It's something that finishes it off, but they don't want to trade the elemental for it. If I had a Skelly Boy in my yard right now, but I passed up a Skelly Boy for a Bone Splinters and I'm not even playing. But Skelly Boy Bone Splinters would save my can right now. Right now, I actually have no plays. 4, 5, 6. How do I not have any plays? I'm dead. Well, I'm not 100% dead, but yeah, now I probably am. What would I need to get in order to get back in this game? This doesn't do it as a flyer. Bone Splinters to kill the flyer. Stacking my 4/3 and I die to this. So yeah, because they can pump that dude. So and this does 2 damage on the attack. Like I needed something and I didn't get that. My hand was a little bit too slow. Should I have mulliganed it? No, I had the Planeswalker. The Planeswalker just didn't work out because they had an unsummon. If they didn't have that unsummon, I would have had the 4/4 flyer for them to have to deal with, which would have meant that my 4/5 flyer might have not died to their burn spell. Yeah. Is 3 Bone Splinters too much? Should I play another Blade Brand instead? Should I play that 3/2? Or I mean, this would have been a pretty great top deck in that situation. Just because I'm dying to things I can go wide. 3 Bone Splinters gives me plenty of things to use this token for sack outlet. Could use another Sorcerer of the Fangs so bad though. I really don't think that's a good card, but turns out I'm not correct in that assumption. Anticipate would have been good in that situation as well, right? So I don't know, cut the Anticipate, run another Blade Brand just because I can cycle it. No, because Anticipate does better than cycling. Run a 3/2, do 3, 4 creatures basically. I mean, this isn't quite a creature. Anticipate, Boneclad, Necromancer, Bladebrand. Bladebrand's good with the skeletons. I only have the 2 skeletons, though. Uh, it's like Anticipate, but with upside. Is that better than Anticipate? Anticipate helps me to find my triple black or triple blue. I think this, yeah, I don't know. It's 50-50 the entire way down. I have no idea what's correct. I have a genuinely good deck, and I feel like maybe I needed to play it a little bit better there or build it a little bit better. Uh, okay, the deck's good. It's not great because the early game's not great. The late game is, though. I just don't necessarily have a way to get there. I don't know. Maybe I need to throw that junk 3-2 in. Another 4-land hand. I can't turn 3 the Sky Dancer. Maybe I need to change my island swamp balance, but I have a murder turn 3. So this is a keep. This is where Anticipate's actually good because I can bottom lands and put any action on top. But or like an island maybe, so I can actually do a proactive turn 3 play. This is probably better than Anticipate, so we'll run that out. They're playing white. We don't know what else. I didn't change my lands to be lands that I actually like the art of. All right, that's a turn 3 Sky Dancer into an opponent who's tapped out. 2 damage to target creature, so it doesn't actually go after elemental. So I can't actually do anything here other than put 2/1/1 counters on it. We're going to submit 0 on that. Black, white, do they have hasty dudes? I'm going to say no. I don't see red coming out of their deck next. Could be surprised, but 4 is also a lot to power down. Okay, so they're playing a tricolor. They probably have like a mythic in 3 colors then. I don't know, or maybe they're splashing black for salvage or I don't know, something. I don't know what you'd splash out of white or green. Amazing cards, but I'm not going to try to predict that. Okay, they did nothing again. Do I power her up? I think I make the elemental bird token here because I don't have very much in the way of creatures. So, um, get in for 1 damage. I mean, my deck's not doing a whole lot, but their deck's doing absolutely nothing. I'm gonna make the elemental here, just so that I know I got the value out of it. I don't see unsummon on their side of the field either. I'm gonna play the land. I'm just gonna end the turn here. I'm holding up Bone to Ash mana. Maybe they'll think I have it. Play around it, and then I can anticipate end a turn. I don't have tap lands either. There's very few 2 drops or anything that I want to play here in this situation. No reason to not hold up mana, represent something, see what they do. Plus, I can murder whatever they play. All right, I'm going to anticipate end of turn. My opponent, their deck is literally failing. I don't understand. I don't think I make a second air elemental or bird, whatever it is. Like it is an elemental, but it's also bird, so it's not an air elemental. I can just start powering her up, I think. I mean, I don't have a choice next turn anyways, but turn after that, I think I would just power her as well. Siphon's not necessarily good. We have no idea what their deck is doing. I don't need the life gain. I'm going to take the Vulture and hope to uh, flip something into my yard like a Skelly Boy. Plus the 2/2 flyer seems okay against whatever their opponent is doing. I'm going to attack first before using the ability. Again, I don't see hasty creatures. There is a green rare that can gain haste. It's like double rare plus a green activate. I don't think there's anything else hasty in green or white or black. So I'll just attack with my 1/3. Um, plus the ability here. They didn't flash anything in, so submit 0. Double green for a flash creature. Maybe that's what I need to start playing around with my Planeswalker. Yeah. Okay. If they play a forest, I'll have to start playing around that. Um, I guess I'll play into the empty board. Or it's a 3-turn clock, kind of. Even if my opponent wraths, I still have a Planeswalker that can play put another elemental out, right? I don't need to hold the vulture to protect against a wrath. I mean, I'm winning on board, so do I need to commit more? Are they actually going to use it to kill my dude? Because I'm fine with that. Well, Scholar of the Ages got milled, but so did Skelly Boy, so good for me. And I can get my Soul Salvage to bring back the Scholar of the Ages. I hope this game keeps going so I can do that. Okay, that's a real card. Make another 4/4? Nah. Well, then I have lethal next turn, but then I could get blown out by Wrath. So represent lethal next turn, or get blown out by Wrath, or just pump up my Planeswalker some more. Let's just pump up the Planeswalker some more. And play the land because I've got some potential big plays. I don't think I want to recur it right now because, well, yeah, you know what? Then I have Bone Splinters ready to go next turn. Or I could hold up Murder here. Play this out, have Bone Splinters ready, and maybe I can attack with it, and then I can finish him off with the Sorcerer of the Fang. You know what? Because it adds up to 8, if I can get an attack through and then Sorcerer of the Fang, I'm going to play it out instead of holding it in my hand, representing Murder, or, well, having Murder up, and then I guess I'd also represent Convolute, but nobody's going to buy that. I'm not going to give it the -2. It's got Death Touch, so I can only attack with the Flyer. I'm going to make another Flyer on my end step and hold the Boreal Elemental in my hand. I guess I could have killed it, attacked with everything, and then next turn the Sorcerer of the Fang would be able to do things, but I don't see a reason to. I'll just make another of these dudes. Planeswalker's still there, so even if they like do something to get through, like Wrath the Border, whatever their dude's gone, they can't get through. I'm gonna chump here, 100%. Sorcerer of the Fang can deal 2 damage to them on the end step. Next turn, untap, do it again. Like they need multiple things. I don't even know what they would need to be able to beat me here. Like that's a 5-mana play that did nothing until they've lost the game already. I don't know if it's going to trigger once before the game ends. Okay. Pass. I don't even have to go to an attack step here. So like this 5-mana enchantment did nothing the entire game. That's like there's people who've been saying it's good, and it certainly looks interesting. Like that's a powerful ability. Anytime a creature dies, you get to draw a card. Plus you gain some life, so you might actually still be alive to play the card. But if that's your turn 5 play on an empty board, like it does nothing. It had 0 impact on this game. Now, if I murdered their dude or the Bone Splinters, whatever, in order to attack with the Flyers, yeah, they'd drawn a card, but they're tapped out and they're taking lethal, so it doesn't matter. I didn't even need the Sorcerer of the Fang. I had lethal through the Elementals, plus I could have just attacked past it, trade off with one, get in with the other. If they had a Wrath effect, I have a, like, I don't know. Enchantment didn't do anything. 5 mana that did nothing. When it's good, I'm sure it's great, but there's too much potential where that enchantment just gets blanked for me to consider it like a pick in the 2 to 5 range or whatever. Like if it wheels, yeah, pick it up, I guess. assuming you're playing green and black or like green or black and a whole bunch of like cheap creatures. Why is my bit rate so high? Which keeps complaining about it, but my settings aren't supposed to be feeding that. I don't know. Whatever. I don't have dropped frames, and when I watch it back, it looks okay. So yeah, we're 2-1. Hoping it keeps going. This deck's awesome. I really want to play a Scholar of the Ages at some point in some sort of grindy matchup where I'm like returning unsummons and soul salvages and whatever. But I'm fine winning with a turn 3 Planeswalker into an empty board. That's pretty nuts too. Kingfisher, nice name. Okay, 3 lands, 2 colors, some action, some early game, some power. Yeah, definitely keeping this. This hand's awesome. I wish all my hands looked like this. Another Skelly Boy. Well, Skeleton actually gets worse in duplicates, but I don't have any other early game plays, so why not? I just told them I'm playing blue before I made the attack. That might change some things on their end. They could have thought I was playing like black red or black white or something. I mean, Skeleton's best in blue, but um, I guess it's pretty good in green too. I assume. I don't know. I don't really know the format well enough. I'm assuming it's at its worst in like black white because you got life gain synergy there, and it doesn't really do anything with that. There's no sack or synergy really. All right, my free attack era is gone, so we're going to go ahead and play a swamp, just pass the turn. I'm not going to bone splinters any of this. Representing murder, representing convolute. Maybe an opponent will play around something. Paying full cost for winged words, but still a decent card. Okay. If they got rabid bite, that would kind of be unfortunate for me. Is this a May? No, it's not. So we have to return a creature. I'm going to run it out. It's a 4/4. It can block whatever they're doing. And if they want to use a rabid bite on it, off the Sedge Scorpion, I'm perfectly fine with that because then my Boreal Elemental might live or my Cavalier of Night. So if they want to burn up their removal, that's fine. A flyer. I wish I had some of these in my deck. I do not. I could attack here, trade off with a Scorpion. I don't like that. I could kill the Scorpion with a Bone Splinter. I don't like that either. I'm going to Frost Links the Scorpion and get an attack in here instead of playing the Boreal Elemental. Um, Yes and no. The argument for yes is then the Cavalier of Night can recur the Frost Links. The argument for no is that Boreal Elemental adds more to my board. Yeah, I'll play the Boreal Elemental first. No attacks here. Next turn I'll tap down something and make an attack. That seems better. Add more power. They're spending a turn to anticipate, looking for an answer to my board instead of adding to their board, so that's always a good time for me. Okay, Spider. Spider can trade with my Boreal. Um, Oh boy, I was just going to tap down the Spider and attack, but I don't have to attack. There's literally nothing that says I have to attack. I'm tapping all 3 blue here though, because I want to play the Sky Dancer down. Use the pump ability to shrink their flyer. Could have shrunk the Scorpion actually, that would have been better. Run out the Skeleton. I'm going to hold the Bone Splinter. I don't see a reason to play it here. I could have played it. I could still play it. Kill their 2/3 flying blocker and attack for 3. But I'd rather just pressure him with the Planeswalker. Kill something better, bigger. I still can't play the Cavalier of Night because I don't have the triple black. So if they have some awesome creature right now, I want to have the Bone Splinters to kill their air elemental, for instance. Let's say, that seems good enough. Unsummon's pretty awesome. We're going to go ahead and Bone Splinters here, though, and then make an attack. Hmm. Yeah, kill that. Stack this. Oh, I should have done that to this, actually, because then I could, yeah, that was a mistake. I could have attacked with the Air Elemental if I shrunk the Scorpion and tapped down the Netcaster Spider. Nuts. That's a mistake on my part. Now I have to tap this down so I can attack with my 3/4 in the air. I mean, yes and no, because now I don't have a crackback problem. I maybe could have made the token instead, though, as well. That might have been better. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh. So they can steal my Planeswalker. My Planeswalker's got way too many counters on it. I should have made the Elemental. I did not think of Agent of Treachery at all. Target creature. No. Oh, that sucks. All right. I'm going to have to kill my own Planeswalker through the 4/4 flyer. I've got the unsummon for the 4/4. We're still in this, but I practically threw by not making a 4/4 last turn. I could have unleashed a better attack as well. I both didn't make a 4/4 and I made a bad attack. Okay, Scholar of the Ages, that can dig us out of this, but we have to kill that. And that Caster Spider's still tapped. My 4/4 is going to die to the 1/1, so I can't attack with it. They can just chump. They still have that. They can make another elemental, or they can shrink my dude. They're going to start running away with the game. If I don't hit a swamp or 2 lands to recur some really good cards right shortly, I'm going to lose this game. Like this is I gave him a Planeswalker with way too many counters on it. Oh no. I'm going to lose this game. This is a game I didn't need to lose. Should have just made the 4/4. I did that so I wouldn't lose a Planeswalker because I was slow rolling the board, try and like stall out to the late game that I assumed was better for me. I just didn't think of Agent of Treachery at all. But like, why would you play around a rare anyways? But I misplayed that anyways. I would have had a better attack if I'd shrunk the Scorpion because I could have just tapped down the Spider and attacked on their other dudes. Okay, Zach, destroy target creature. So I don't have a flyer right now. They do have a flyer. I can't attack through this board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I sack a skeleton to destroy the Death Toucher. Attack with a 4/4. No. I don't even know what to use the Bone Splinters on so I can get at that Planeswalker who's going to make another 4/4 next turn. If I don't hit something with Scholar of the Ages or Cavalier of Night like right shortly, I'm going to lose. I have no idea what to kill here. They could unsummon this, so that might be a priority target. But I need to get rid of the flying, but I can't even get through their flyers. This is great with Rabid Bite, but that's not even the problem because I don't have big creatures, so they're just going to kill them. I think I lose this game. Yeah, I killed that, stacking this, in the hopes that I can get through their flyers next turn when they don't shrink. If I can bounce the 4/4 or kill it or something, and then I can't even replay it because I don't have triple black. I don't have an attack here. I don't have an attack next turn when they have a 4/4 flyer. I think I lose the game to my own Planeswalker. I deserve it. Oh, okay, so they have a Night Pack Ambusher get too. All right. Um, I have power in my hand. I just can't play them yet. Can't play them yet. I can get out of this. The Planeswalker is the hardest thing to beat. The creatures are beatable. I have Murder in the deck. I have I could draw the 3 damage to target permanent, gain 3 life. That would kill the Planeswalker because they're going to make the token. Oh, that's hard. Okay. I can sack that to Cavalier of Night, which gets it out of the chains, and then I can recur it later in the game with a Soul Salvage, but their board's already getting to the point where it's unbeatable, and they don't have to. Oh, they did cast a spell. They could have not cast a spell to tap down my dude, because my dude doesn't matter, and then they would have been able to make a wolf token. Debatable what's better, but I think the wolf token might have been better than tapping down with the sleep paralysis. I've got ways back into this, but I need to rip my 3 damage to target permanent spell next turn, because otherwise I can't chew through this board to kill the Planeswalker in time. All right, that didn't do it. Cavalier of Night to destroy target creature an opponent controls. I have to kill this Night Pack Ambusher. I can't attack the Planeswalker though, so they're just going to shrink a dude again, and then they're going to get another Elemental token. So I'm still really far behind here, but I can at least deal with this before they make a bunch of wolf tokens. Sack this dude. Normally you'd sack a Skelly, but I don't have a. I mean, I guess unsummon. Oh, I meant that. I misclicked. I misclicked. I misclicked. Oh, felt like I had a chance to get back in this game realistically, anyways. Actually, I did. I'm gonna lose to that misclick, even if I ripple land, I return unsummon bone splinters, unsummon their air elemental, bone splinters the skeleton attack. I can start forcing him to chump or something. Like there's a path back to victory if I killed this. Now I don't have a way. I don't have an attack here because the death touch dude, and I can't even like get them to trade off the 4/4. They have a 3/3 there that should only be a 2/2. Um, that was just a pure misclick. I don't. Wow, I had that turn mapped out and I just threw it. I don't know if I can see it here or if I look at a couple more cards. That's the question. That's the question. If I killed the Night Pack Ambusher, I'd have way back in. Oh, okay. But that also means that since they didn't make a 2/2 token here, and they didn't make an air elemental, if I pull removal, I have a way back in, right? Let's think positive. Okay, no attacks here. Maybe. The power level of my deck is off the charts. Okay, 2 bone splinters or an unsummoned bone splinters. If I do 2 bone splinters, I can kill both the 4/4 and the air elemental. The air elemental already gets killed by the unsummoned, and the unsummoned has potential value with the Scholar of Ages to recur bone splinters ad nauseum. I've got infinite bone splinters right now. It just is gonna take like way too much mana to do that. Like we're talking 9 mana a turn to recur bone splinters, and that still requires me to have creatures to sack. And I still have to deal with a planeswalker and a guy that's making all the wolves bigger. And they're drawing a card every turn while I'm doing all this, so I don't know if they're gonna draw like an overrun or something. Or overcome, I guess. It's not overrun in this format, whatever. Right now they're not representing any fast imminent demise to me, but this board state is large enough that a 2/2 pump with trample is scary. Okay, land is good. I can bone splinters, sacking a skeleton to destroy the Night Pack Ambusher that I should have killed a turn ago. And then I'm going to actually just run out the skeleton, recur skeleton, play a skeleton, pass the turn. Yeah. Okay, now they've got the air elemental, so they're representing a little bit more threat to me right now. But I'm all in on the plan of Scholar of Ages plus Unsummon. I'm going to, end of my turn, unsummon, end of turn, unsummon the Scholar of Ages. Now I'm giving it an opportunity to hit it with a removal spell in response. Let's think here. Okay, I don't think I have an attack because of the Death Toucher and the 4/4 flyer. Do I unsummon my Scholar now? Rabid Bite isn't an instant. Their blue instant speed is unsummon, so I'm going to no attack here right now and end turn. Is there a reason to do that? Maybe because they've got a pair of flyers, one of which I can evaporate with an unsummon that could um, get pumped a bunch in the attack step or something. So maybe. My life total is getting a little bit low. They have some cards in hand. I don't think they can kill the Scholar in response to me unsummoning it. And I could also theoretically use it to block then. I mean, if they threw more than just this at me. Okay. So I need to draw something. Swamp would actually be an okay play here. They'll have to deal with that Planeswalker. I can deal with their board, but can I deal with their Planeswalker? That's the question. Oh, they could have a counterspell as well. But then they could just counter the Scholar. Yeah, I can't play around a counterspell, can I? Alright. No, I need to tap all my blue mana. Oh, except for, I guess, one for unsummon. Yeah, okay, fine. Or I could take 2 removal spells. Well, unsummon is a removal spell on that doesn't require me to sack. Yeah. Yeah. But it's tapped, but I do need to actually kill it because I'm going down to 2 here. And they've got lots of creatures, so I might need to, because I need to attack to kill the Planeswalker, because I can make another 4/4 flyer. Actually, 4/4 flyers don't have haste. Do I have to care about that? Can they attack past me? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blockers against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attackers, one of which I can't block. So yeah, we're gonna actually just skeleton for air elemental. I can't recur the skeleton this turn. And actually that means I have one fewer blocker. Yeah, I'm dead to overcome. Um, I'm dead to pump spells. Um, I'm dead to bone to ash. Um, but if my opponent is drawing dead, um, I can eventually grind this out, kill the Planeswalker, turn the board, start life linking with my Cavalier of Night, and just keep recurring removal spells and skeletons and unsummon and Scholar of the Ages until I win the game. Even though I threw this thing by killing an air elemental instead of a 4/4 that produces wolf tokens and creates pumps all their wolves, I still am theoretically in the game. And now my opponents may be sweating bullets because their Ancient of Treachery stealing a Planeswalker with 6 loyalty on it might not be enough to win the game. Again, it's going to come down to draw. If they hit an overcome, I'm just dead. They're playing a defender creature. Yeah. I mean, that's actually relevant because I need to attack their Planeswalker, but they just sacked the Planeswalker to make a 4/4 flyer. I think we've got it. Okay, do they have Bone to Ash? They don't have Bone to Ash in their deck or Convolute, because I can never pay for Convolute with what I'm doing. I'm actually feeling really good about my chances right now. Okay, they could have an unsummon for Agent of Treachery, which would be a disaster. They could have a what's the card that in green that it's an uncommon, returns a creature from your graveyard to your hand. They could have that for Agent of Treachery. Like those are things that I need to be thinking about. Uh big flying blocker. Big flying blocker plus recur the skeleton, or Scholar of Ages, return, unsummon, and a removal spell on my ever shrinking board that can kill the the elemental. I think I need to do this. Take a turn off from the Scholar of Ages, or yeah, take a turn off from the Scholar of Ages path. I need to start putting skeletons back in play. I do need to gain life, like badly. I could die actually with this play if they have a removal spell. But do I need to hold back the blocker? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attackers. Okay, so if I attack, they block, it dies. I gain some life. That's pretty bad. So I need to be able to block this turn. And we're just going to hope that they got nothing. Or I could have Scholar of Ages to Sanitarium Skeleton for the Elemental Bird. And then, like, they have 1, 2, 3. I'd have 4 blockers and they'd have 1, 2, 3. They probably have lethal either way if they just tap all out right now. Well, no, because I have lifelink. Okay. If they have a removal spell, I lose this way. If I did it the other way, I could have killed their flyer. I wouldn't die to a removal spell, but I could lose to go wide even through the lifelink. I didn't do the math. I should have done the math. This allows me to get another skeleton. They didn't do the math either, I don't think. No, actually, with the lifelink, I don't think they would beat me going wide with a full out attack. This is probably correct from them, but I don't know if it's correct from me. All right, Scholar of the Ages. We need to snipe that flyer down. Now, All Seeing could tap to discard the skeleton in order to draw a card. That'd be pretty good, but um, yeah, this game's pretty sweet, even if I don't get there. Okay, I sack a Skelly Boy to kill their flyer because their flyer is a potential path to victory for them if they had a removal spell type situation. I could have also killed this Scorpion to be able to attack with lifelink. Um, but again, we're not attacking here. We're still dead to overcome if they have it. Are we decking? 18, 11? No, they're decking before me. Okay. I need to actually think about that. I'm at 6 life. That's the only reason I'm nervous. Oh, they conceded. They conceded. They don't have overcome in their deck. Or they made a mistake. I don't know which. I threw that game, but the power of my deck can beat an Agent of Treachery stealing my Planeswalker with 6 loyalty on it. That's insane. My graveyard's almost empty for some reason. Yeah, Scholar of the Ages. I've never done that before. I knew it was possible, but I've never unsummoned a Scholar of the Ages before, I don't think. There's no way I'm winning that game without unsummoned Scholar of the Ages combo. That is stupid. Absolutely stupid. But my deck is powerful. And we got to that mana. We got to the 9 mana that we required exactly in time. Yeah, from here out, the board is pretty simple. Agent of Treachery is a concern that they could potentially recur to steal my stuff. But basically, we're going to kill the Scorpion and start attacking for some life and also in the air, or maybe draw some cards first. I don't know. Yeah, probably end a turn, draw some cards to get back in it with the skeleton being pitched. So I'm actually just straight up drawing 2 cards, kind of, except for all the mana that I require. And then, you know, keep going till Scholar of the Ages burns out their entire deck and we life link our way back out of getting killed by an overcome, which if they had overcome, they shouldn't have conceded. They had enough creatures that overcome might have been lethal through my 4/5 life link. But if they didn't have an overcome, I can understand conceding because they've already burned through like a bunch of their power probably. Like their deck's pretty good. Like they've got double winged words, Cloudkin, Seer, Air Elemental, Night Pack Ambusher, which is a really good rare. Agent of Treachery, which is another amazing rare. Like this deck is good. Their deck is good. I don't know what their other 10 cards are, but yeah. Anyway, that was pretty nuts. And that also took a long time. So I'm actually gonna go use a bio break, come back and play some more. Because yeah, I just that was oh I thought I threw it so hard I almost conceded when I clicked on the flyer instead of clicking on the Howl Pack Ambusher, Night Pack Ambusher, whatever it's called. The giant 4/4 Flash Wolf. That guy's nuts. But they didn't quite leverage it either. They used sleep paralysis instead of making a wolf token on the turn after. And I think with the Planeswalker and the token maker, I don't think you need to sleep paralysis some random dude. I think you can whipping out those 3/3 wolf tokens right away, which would have helped with them on a go wide plan. Actually, rewatching that about a turn or two before they conceded, I think they might have had lethal if they just went for an all out attack. That's something that I didn't math up. And when I played my flyer, I think that might have been a mistake instead of killing a 4/4 flyer. So checking the math on that might show that my opponent threw. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm gonna do a little 5-minute bio break here. Just gonna make a little. Can I make a thing? Where do I read? There we go. That's where. Okay. All right. Throw that up on the screen. Okay. Be back in 5. All right, back for some more games after that last sweet one that I don't know. I threw it, and Scholar of the Ages pulled it back. Scholar of the Ages is pretty nuts, and yeah, great card. Glad I picked it over whatever I picked it. I know it was another good card that I picked it over. Something cheaper, something that prevents me from losing games when I get run over early, but Scholar of the Ages is pretty fun. I gotta live out the fantasy of unsummoning a Scholar of the Ages. So that's off my checklist of things to do in course that 2020 draft. Oh, it was 9 mana to do that combo. So it wouldn't have worked with murder. It needed to be bone splinters. That's just nuts. So 3 lands, 2 colors, some early game action. This is a perfectly good keepable hand. There's no late game in the hand, but we'll get there eventually. There's plenty of late game to draw later. I seem to remember this table having some ridiculous blowing sound effect on it that was pretty annoying. Don't know where it is. Maybe they took it out. Apparently people had motion sickness. So Gorging Vulture is a little bit awkward here because I've already drawn a skeleton. Don't need a second one, but there we go. All right, Sky Dancer it is. Red is hasty dudes, so we are definitely going to keep the skeleton back to block those. And we're going to make an air elemental next turn. Got an Agonizing Siphon to pull us out in the mid game here if they've got some 4-3 or something. Yeah, Goblin Smuggler is good enough to kill with Agonizing Siphon. I'm going to chump this. Actually, no, I'm going to no blocks. Keep the skeleton around. Pump this back up by shrinking that and Agonizing Siphon the Goblin Smuggler. It delays me a turn on this, but I keep the skeleton in play. Bone Splinters, whatever they play next turn. I don't really want to Bone Splinters this. Or I could kill the mana dude. I do want to kill the smuggler at some point because the maybe I should have done that here, but I'd rather kill the mana dork, I think, right now, because they're still on 3 lands. The smuggler has more value the later the game goes, but I can Bone Splinters whatever they play, or Bone Splinters it, or whatever. I still need to get that 4/4 elemental out. They could have another hasty dude here. Ah, just a 3/3. Yeah, so maybe choking them on mana was worth it. Hard to say. Now I make the 4/4. Whip down a Gorging Vulture. This game's looking pretty good right now. Opponent stumbled on mana a little bit. I still got the Planeswalker out. I've got a 4/4 flyer. Life is good. Now, I could Bone Splinters the little dude that makes unblockable as the Goblin Smuggler because I hit the Soul Salvage, which is unfortunate, but I've got the Scholar in my hand, so we're good. If they make it unblockable, they can kill my Planeswalker. Just any other 2/2 hasty would do it, like another Goblin Smuggler. But I think I want to hold the removal. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nah, we'll keep the Planeswalker around. I don't know if this is correct or not. We'll keep the Planeswalker around by killing the dude that makes unblockable dudes, just so I can plus the Planeswalker, plus it again, make it an elemental. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm burning a removal spell here, right? But I've got the Scholar, so I can get that removal spell back. I don't have to worry about like their late game popping me out because I've already got a pretty decent board here. I'm not going to like lose if they drop a Cavalier. They don't even have mana to drop a Cavalier. And then Scholar, by the time that they've got something that I actually need to kill with the Bone Splinters, I possibly already have the mana and I have other removal spells in my deck in order to Scholar, in order to bring back the Bone Splinters. It'd be Bone Splinters and Soul Salvage, or maybe Unsummon because it's funny. But so keeping the Planeswalker pressure around and killing their dude that can make an unblockable 2/2 hasty dude kill my Planeswalker, I think that's worth it here. That's the thought process. I don't know if it's correct, but we're on to the next game. They're choked on mana, and my killing their mana dork over their unblockable creator dude might have contributed to them conceding. I don't know. Don't know what they were staring at in their hand. But pretty hard to beat a 4/4 flyer, a 2/2 flyer, and a planeswalker that's going to be plussing up to make another 4/4 flyer when you've got like a 3/3 and 3 lands. Like that's a tough ask. Okay, this is a bad hand. I have a blue card to go with my islands, but everything in my hand that costs less than 6 mana is black. If I don't draw a swamp, which is like a 1 in 5 chance probably, this is a bad hand. I'd have 3 turns and at a 1 in 5 to draw a swamp. I think I need to mulligan. It's a disciplined play to mulligan this. It's a hard one to make. I don't draw a swamp, I get run over. Okay, let's do the math. Okay, there's 9 swamps in my deck. There's 33 cards in my deck, 9 out of 33. So it's 1 in 3. It's 1 in 3 to draw a swamp. I think mulliganing's correct. How good is this hand if I hit a swamp? It's okay. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it. I might. Okay, no, not a swamp. The thing is, like, Audacious Thief isn't even great if I'm behind, and I'm going to be behind if I don't hit a swamp. Okay, hit a swamp. And the thing is that only unlocks 1 spell per turn. I'm pretty sure I was supposed to mulligan that. All right, Skeleton's pretty good against their board. Well, I mean, like, how do you say that? Skelly Boy, Audacious Thief are my discards, or do I discard the All-Seeing because that's so many turns away? Yeah, I have other late game. I don't need to keep a 6-drop for the late game. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Thief isn't great unless you're aggressive. I thought there was a chance I could be aggressive here. If they made the attack, I could block, all that jazz. Now I'm going to be able to attack with the Audacious Thief once. They'll kill with their Death Toucher. They didn't even attack first? Hmm. I attack here. The Audacious Thief is just losing value anyways. No. I agonize and siphon their 3/3 as a sorcery. Then I attack. Yeah. That doesn't give them a good block. I could attack with both, actually, but I'm not the aggro deck, so I'm going to hold the skeleton back. All right, they're going to take the trade. I'm perfectly happy with the trade. We're not an Audacious Thief deck. It's actually mediocre in my deck. If I had another skeleton, I'd probably put that in over the Audacious Thief. All right. So we got we got the mana. This doesn't really do anything. I'm going to let it sit. Yeah, I don't really want to agonizing siphon that, although actually I should debate this a little bit more. So they're going to activate at the end of their turn, which can give them some mana fixing. It also thins their deck, and if they have like, because they're playing black, they could have that the dude that mills 4 cards, and they hit a couple lands plus the land that they're about to mill here. All of a sudden, this card's out of range for my agonizing siphon, but I'm gonna risk it because I'd rather recur my skeleton. Yeah. So they might turn this into a 3/4 if they have the what's the name of it? This the gorging vulture, right? That mills 4 cards. They could easily hit 2 lands in those 4 cards, and the guy's out of range of my agonizing siphon. So, but I wanted to recur the skeleton. I knew need to hit another swamp here and some like late game action at some point. Um, Now I do it because they're down to they only need to do like one more activation. They could actually pump in response here because they're probably just flooding though. You know what? How about I attack first? I threaten Blade Brand or something, right? Like, why not? See if they want to use a pump spell to kill my skeleton, which would be incredibly dumb of them, but maybe they do something. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and agonizing siphon this dude now. See if they pump it in response to save it. I think it wouldn't be a bad play on their part to do that. Doesn't look like they are. Or they're just trying to sniff out something from me. I'm not gonna unsummon that dude. Alright, it died. Cool. Didn't have to overthink it too much, but I did. I'm gonna play land. Oh no, they already showed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I want the lands out because of Scholar of Ages, but I want to hold the lands because of Mind Rot. I'm gonna hold the lands. I also want swamps, not islands out, although I want all the lands out when it comes to Scholar of the Ages. But right now, I'm gonna hold the land for the Mind Rot because I've already seen a Mind Rot. So they're playing one Mind Rot, there's a chance they're playing two. Um, okay, what kind of logic is that? If you don't see a Mind Rot, there's also a chance that they're playing a Mind Rot. Yeah, yeah, it's kind of a weak card, kind of like a filler to get your last couple playables. All right, well played. Their big dude killed my dude. I didn't have Unsummon available because I didn't play my land. Maybe I should have thought that through more. Probably should have. I don't know. I'm going to actually Bone Splinters the Meteor Golem. Hmm. I've got 2 Bone Splinters. I can just burn one on a 3/3. A 3/3 doesn't matter much, but I can't block it. I don't want to just sit here and let them attack on a board that's otherwise empty. And I can't. The problem is I can't do 2 black things at once. I don't have the dudes, but I think this is worth it. If I had more black mana available, it'd be much more um, easy to do that type of a play. Yeah, see now I have to recur a skeleton, which trample. Yeah, so I shrink it by 2, plus I can put 2 in front of it. It does still grow, but it's not great. Still worth it. I need more black mana so I can recur my dude so I can skeleton it. Maybe I should have actually just played out a dude, then skeletoned it in the next turn, then played the planeswalker. I don't know. Probably actually, now that I'm thinking of it, because I'm taking 1 damage a turn, I'm only plussing 2 a turn, and the skeleton's going down. So next turn I have to sacrifice it to make the 4/4 flyer, or I leave it hanging there with no chumpies. That's not great. My removal spell doesn't work because I only have 1 swamp, so I can't like recur and play. And do I unsummon the ape? I probably unsummon the ape. Feels bad, man, but I think I unsummon the ape even after having shrunk it. We're gonna do this though. See if they play a pump spell. They did not. Maybe I should have unsummoned the ape. I don't want to sack the planeswalker for a 4/4 flyer. But on this board state, I draw a swamp, then I'm in business. If I don't draw a swamp, then I should make a 4/4 flyer. Oh, destroy target non-land permanent. Well, they're gonna kill my planeswalker anyways, so yeah, I shouldn't have played her. Oh, Gravedigger. Gravedigger's good. Gravedigger's very good. Gravedigger bringing back, I don't know what. Hmm. I guess this. Yeah. Okay. Gravedigger, Bone Splinters to kill that. Bring back something good. Allow them to kill my Planeswalker with their destroy target non-land permanent. No. Make a 4/4 flyer. Gravedigger back. My 4/5 flyer. Hold it in hand until they play the Meteor Golem. I guess. Doesn't seem good. So the question is 4/4 flyer or no 4/4 flyer. That's the question on the Planeswalker. That's the only decision I need to be making right now. I have the triple blue. I have the 6 mana. So I can turn this low enough that chumping it will put this down to 1. They can play a Meteor Golem though, so they'll just kill it, but then they won't have the Meteor Golem for my creature. Now let's just make the 4/4. All right. Do I need to play the land? Yes, but no. Can't really pitch it, so I'm gonna just end turn. I need the land to play the creature, so if I get mind rotted, discarding the land is incredibly questionable. But well, I think this is worth it. They can just replay it, but they can't get this back, so I still have a 4/4 flyer, and maybe they're weak to flying. I don't see any reach creatures right now, or well, I guess they could burn the removal spell on it, but that's my 6th mana. I can now play this, but that leaves me this, but they have that, so I don't know if I want to do that. Anyone's following. 4 damage in the air, pretty good. How much better is this than this? Do I want to keep that in their hand? That's questions that I have. So I can Skeletons back to kill the ape. I don't want to give him the card. If I keep this in my hand, they'll keep that in their hand, or they'll blow it on my 4/5. So I can maybe outweight them because the board state allows me to. I'm just getting beat down by an ape. So if I kill the ape now, can't do that. Well, I can sack the Gravedigger. Yeah, I don't want to sack the Gravedigger. I sack the Gravedigger to kill the ape. They have to kill this on that, then I can play this. Yeah, sure. I give him a card. That's not great, but I don't want to just take 5 damage every turn. I am winning the race, but not by a margin where I'm, want to prevent them from drawing a card to that extent. And then we'll just end the turn here. I can recur a skeleton. It's not great to kill the Gravedigger when I have skeletons in the graveyard, but I'm choked on black mana, and this gives me a board state where I can outweight them with my all-seeing, although that gives them a mind rot opportunity as well. So now it doesn't because I've got a Skelly Boy in my hand. All right, now I can raise them in the air. They do have lifelink, so the math isn't quite as clean as I'd like it to be. I'm going to put 1 skeleton down on the battlefield to deal with a lifelinker. They're not going to want to use removal on it. And I can add the other skeleton back to my hand if they have a mind rot to go for my Artemis. And then I can pitch Island and, oh, they have another one. Yeah, but he can't attack this turn, so I'm ahead in the race now. I like how I played that. I've got a murder. I want to hold that. I don't want to use it right away. I want to use it on a flying blocker. Okay, here's the question. If they continue holding this, I can just keep pounding them in the face. Maybe they'll not have the mana in a future turn in order to double spell. I can just keep holding this in my hand because I know it's going to die as soon as I play it. So there's no reason to play it. I just keep a 3/3 in their hand by doing so. And I'm winning on the race currently. So there's no reason for me to actually play it. I'll just sit here. Maybe I should have held the skeleton though, because now I don't have it to pitch to the mind rot. Yeah. Could have just held murder up instead. That probably would have been better. Yeah. I'm chomping here because I want this in my hand, which is incredibly stupid. You shouldn't have played it then. Yeah, I know. Just Saved me 2 life, but I could have held up murder instead. Yeah, that's a creature that maybe I want to murder. I don't really have good blocks on it to begin with here. All right, there we go. I want that land because I want to be able to double spell and do stuff. Now, I'm going to attack for 4 in the air. Again, they're not killing my 4/5 because my 4/4 because they want to kill my 4/5, so they can just lose to my 4/4. I'm fine with that. I'll just keep holding this. Next turn, they'll have to blow it up. I want as many attackers on the board as possible because 4 plus 1 equals 5, and they're at a low total there. So I'm going to actually play this out, and I'm going to hold all the removal in my hand. Now I could actually bait them into killing my legend. So then I know what they're doing with 7 of their mana, 5, 6, 7. So they'd only have 2 mana unaccounted for. I can clear out 2 blockers in order to try and get 2 skeletons through, because these 2 are attacking. So I blow out those 2. I get 1 skeleton through the 3/3. Let's try it. Let's bait them. Let's bait them into killing our big flyer, which actually isn't incorrect for them. It's just that if they don't have a secondary blocker, I can now win with my 2 removal spells. No, I can't because I need to bone splinters, right? Nah, I'm a dum-dum. I think we've already established that, though. I was hoping to win this turn by sneaking through damage by using the 2 removal spells, but I can't do that. Yeah. All right. My bad. I'll win next turn. I'm just going to hold my 2 lands to pitch. I don't think we're getting to a Scholar type game plan late game here. Mind Rot's a more real card at this point. I don't see Pump Spell killing me here. If they had like a couple copies of what's in their graveyard, then maybe, but they don't. Plus, I'm holding a Murder up. And there's nothing that gives Hexproof at instant speed, I don't think. See, that's what I was planning to murder. A creature with reach. And they don't have a way to kill my flyer. They don't have another blocker that can deal with my flyer. So I don't know. I should have just kept holding this in my hand. Probably. Keep them holding the Meteor Golem. I just thought I had a plan, but I forgot it involves sacking one of my attackers. Because yeah. I don't know. I probably tanked too much damage from the Shaman. I probably should have blown off blown splinters to kill it. And then just held the murder for the potential reach creature. But I was also worried maybe they drew a bomb. And they weren't dealing like that much damage to me back. It was a race, but not a race. They were winning. Skeleton's really good against the vampire. Otherwise, I could have been gaining life the entire time. My deck's awesome. I don't even know what these cards are. I haven't played in years. And not all that interested either. So I'm 5-1 currently. Can I get to 7 wins? Let's find out. This deck's awesome. Yeah, I'm not regretting at all going for a second draft today. Scholar of the Ages plus Unsummon. Ugh. If that doesn't feel better than any mythic available in this draft, then I don't know what's going on. Most of the mythics are more or less just I win buttons. Scholar of the Ages, that's some real fun. That's about as fun as Devious Cover Up, shuffling Devious Cover Up back into your deck when you're playing Pauper. Yeah. Yeah, I'm that type of person. Uh, they're trying to find someone else with like a 5-1 record to face against me, probably. Probably why the matchmaker's taking a little bit longer right now. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, it's like another platinum player. All right. Oh, this hand's terrible. This might as well not be in my hand because it doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. And this requires double black. I don't have double black. This is a mulligan. 100%. Yeah, Blade Brand's not even. All right, this is a keep. Not great, but it's better than my other hand. I need triple black for this, and hopefully have a skeleton around when I do. But Bone Splinters kind of de-incentivizes that. So this is not a very good hand. Pretty bad hand actually. But I can Blade Brand on the skeleton now to draw a card that hopefully is a swamp, so I can Cavalier of Knights sometime before next year. I'm just going to tack in here. Daily go. I mean, if my opponent, I could cycle, but I think there's enough value in the Blade Brand right now, even though my opponent isn't doing anything. Well, okay, now my multiple islands hand is pretty great. I'm going to go ahead and attack. I don't think there's any flash creatures for 2 mana. There is one for 3 mana. No, that's in a different format. All right. Submit 0. Next turn, we're making a 4/4. This deck has come together. If my opponent doesn't have a land here, like they've already missed a land drop, yeah, we're probably getting to GG's territory. Oh, they had to discard a hand size. Oh no. Create a flyer, drop a land, attack, end the turn. Again, I'm not going to play this Cavalier of Night anytime this game, but I think the game's ending like pretty soon. Again, no lands. I'm not going to say anything. I was going to like, my sympathies or something, but there's nothing here that communicates that properly without it coming across as like, yeah, this was a non-game. There's nothing my opponent did wrong except maybe keeping a 2-land hand. I mulliganed. They could have mulliganed too. Play land or keep a land. I don't think another island really helps me. I'm just going to hold it. If I draw something that I could play, if I had another island, then I guess I could play it. But they might have mind rot. Although, like, if they're mind rotting me, they're not touching my 4/4 flyers. So, yeah, it's a possible route to loss for me, I guess. Okay, now they have some mana. That's good for them. And, like, I'm not putting that much pressure out right now. I guess I'll run an island out. Don't have anything better. I can make another elemental, but I'm just going to power up. Um, I don't know. I'm maybe a little bit too. You throw away Planeswalker for a token, right? And then like the token gets dealt with and it feels bad, man, right? But Planeswalkers 4/4 flyer puts pressure on my opponent. My opponent's at 10 life. I don't know. All right, I guess I'm gonna kill that. I'm not even gonna unsummon it. I'm gonna save the unsummon for something else. I'm gonna Bone Splinters it, although I can't Bone Splinters plus. I could actually just. No, I'm gonna kill it. If they play another blocker for flyers next turn or they kill my flyer, then I'm going to feel like that was a misplay. But as things currently sit, like I don't even know if they've got another reach creature in their hand. I'm not worried about a Wrath. They're not in Wrath colors. Play a land or hold a land. I need swamps. 4, 5, 6 mana. Yeah, doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's just really it was a non-game. That I guess the decision that mattered that game was their decision not to mulligan and my decision to mulligan. Beyond that, there weren't really any meaningful decisions, I don't think. Again, don't exactly know what my opponent had, but I know what they didn't have, and that would be lands. All right, we're playing for, we're going for our 7th win, and we've got 2 tries at it, or 3 tries. 2 tries, whatever. Going for a win. This deck's sweet. They're going to force us to retire it because we've won too many games. That's my prediction. Oh, oh. I might actually have a positive overall win-loss ratio after today in terms of like the drafts I've done M20 from this 1 week where it was available. Because I went 1-3, 1-3, 3-3. Then the first one I did today was 3-3, I think. No, it wasn't. Oh, I did terrible in that, didn't I? I don't remember. I don't remember anymore. I think it was a 1-3. I can't remember. I've forgotten because I'm having too much fun playing. Oh, turn 3 Planeswalker. How many times are they giving me this? Okay, the rest of my hand is absolutely not good though, because I have no early game anything. Like this is all my late game stuff. But it's 3 colors, there's 3 lands, 2 colors, and a turn 3 play that's very powerful. So I keep, and we hope that we draw something like a Skelly Boy and like some random 2-drop or something. A removal spell, something that doesn't cost 6 mana. But the good news is there's very few cards in our deck left that cost more than 4 mana. Oh, Steel Overseer. That is a busted card. Um, I want to keep this around to chump block whatever they drop next turn when I drop my Elemental. I'm gonna let that dude live because my removal is not damage based, so I'm gonna actually attack here. They're not gonna block. They're just gonna take the one, and then I'm gonna end the turn. I will kill this with the Bone Splinters. I'm just gonna do it in a couple of turns. But I have my skeleton around to block on the turn where I play the Elemental. Um, Planeswalker check whatever. Yanling, I don't know. Murder, but I can't play it. So pump this to shrink something. That's going to be a 2/2, so I'll have to chump it. Or I'll have to chump that. I don't want to chump, though, because then my Skelly Boy dies. I should have just blown him off and then shrunk the other. Yeah, I don't know. There's no decisions, opponent. Just put a 1/1 counter on it. There's literally nothing else you're going to be doing. So the problem is that I have to shrink something, and neither of the things that I shrink really matters. I'm going to shrink this so that I can kill that, but I'm going to be taking the 2 from it. But at least it's attacking. It's not. Well, maybe they won't attack. I don't want to chump because then my removal spell turns off. My Bone Splinters turns off. And I can't recur and play at the same turn because I have no swamps. I need to draw a swamp. Any land is actually pretty good, but swamp would be best. Actually, other lands don't really do anything right now, but they'll eventually do something. I need swamps. Good news is there's 8 swamps in my next 30 cards, so that's a bit over a 1 in 4 chance to draw a swamp. They need to attack here, both dudes. I chump one, and they pump the other. I chump, I don't have removal, but I get to make a 4/4. Yeah. Maybe I draw a swamp and then I can murder. Planeswalker's gonna die, but I'll have a 4/4. Yeah. There's no other better play here. Okay, I can threaten Bone to Ash and then get the skeleton back. Just so much black mana. 1 black mana, 2 black mana, 3 black mana. Like that's 3 different turns. That's so bad. If they have removal, then we're in trouble. Okay, they've got black and blue and equal numbers so far, so we don't know what colors they're actually playing other than green centric. Soul Salvage is something you splash. It could be splashing something in blue, like a rare mythic or something. I don't know. I'm just smelling pump spells, but I don't know for sure that they actually have them. I'm gonna block the dude that grows over the dude flying. Yeah, and it's also one less toughness. So if they have like the 2/2 enchantment, flash enchantment instead of yeah. Okay, so I kept my 4/4 flyer, didn't lose it to a pump spell. They're playing first strike person, that's fine. Their flyer is tapped, so I actually have an attack here. Um, oh, this is awkward. I start racing. They can't block with that because I attacked with it, so they can't kill my dude, but they can race back, but they won't want to race back because I want to use their reach dude to kill my elemental. But my hand is choked on a lack of black and also a lack of lands. I need to hit some lands, preferably swamps. Okay, I've got 8 and 28. 8 out of the 28 cards in my deck are lands. So it's a 1 in 3.5. Okay. So I made fun of this as a do nothing enchantment earlier. Right now it's doing something. They are going to draw lots of cards over the course of this game. All right, I'm going to blow up the skeleton, kill their flyer in order to give them a card. Yeah. So when it's good, it's good. Usually it's not very good. Right now it's very good. Their hand was empty. I was actually feeling a little bit favored because their hand was emptied. But now they're getting to refill it with things that are going to draw them more cards as the game goes on. As long as they can chump block with them or something. But they might not be able to chump block because um, I've got flyers. And if they don't have creatures with reach or creatures with flying, they might not be able to block. And I'm ahead in life, so I don't need to block myself or make trades. So if it's not a bomb or not something that can block my flyers, I think I can just let it live and not give them a card. So we'll see. That so far they've drawn one card and gained one life. They've got another dude here that can draw a card and gain a life when they chump with it. Maybe they can pump and block and pump. First strike would kill my dude, keep their dude around, but then they don't get to draw a card. Um, but that is a potential card they could draw, like or a creature that can potentially draw them a card. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so they got back their dude with reach plus actually a rare that right now is not looking that good because he takes too long to scale up, but it's actually a really good card, just not on turn. What is turn 6, turn 7? They're going to get to draw another card because I'm going to kill that spider again. Death Touch Lifelink doesn't matter because I'm not attacking on the ground. Are they attacking the air? Yes, but then I can just kill their flyer. I don't have to kill this then because they're not racing me. Even with their lifelink Death Touch dude that I'm not going to block, they're still not going to race me very well. Okay, I drew some actual lands now. This is awesome. I want to play this, but I want to kill their dude. However, I could kill that, hit them for 4, but then I don't have this down. I'd rather put this down, not give them the card right away, and have a bigger attack next turn. Yes or no? Yes. If they have removal spell, this might have been incorrect. And yeah, there's removal spells that could definitely work. Rabid Bite with their Death Touch dude definitely works in this situation. They could have Murder. They've got double black. Blue might be their splash, or they're running a tricolor deck, or they're splashing Murder, which is ridiculous because it's double black. But they could have Bone Dash. I mean, because I'm assuming that they're in black. They have Murder. Yeah, so maybe that was incorrect. I don't think so. Okay, he puts it on each artifact creature. That's an artifact creature. Now I have to kill some stuff. Not blocking this dude. Gravedigger to bring back my flyer. Actually seems pretty good. Then I can sack the Gravedigger to kill the Overseer. That seems less great. Skelly Boy. Sack it to destroy the Steel Overseer. And play Gravedigger to return my flyer. Yeah, I've got just enough black mana for that, so let's do it. Actually, I should attack first because I'm racing them still, and they don't know that this guy's gonna die, so they'll just take the hit. Oh no, it's a flyer blocker. I have to murder this in response now because I screwed up, which means they're gonna get the counter on that dude. Yeah, I screwed up hard enough that I have to do this, and I'm giving them a card. That's 2 cards they've drawn, 2 life they've gained. I'm now behind in the race. I've miscalculated. That was a bad attack. If I had held, played the Gravedigger and the Bone Splinters to kill that, and then next turn played this flyer, I'd be in good shape right now. I'd still have the murder in my hand. I wouldn't have this tapped. I could block the 3/2. It wouldn't have the 1/1 counter on it. Um, I'd still feel favored. Right now, I'm starting to feel okay. This is bad. My Gravedigger's now not got the value that it should have. Yeah, I probably lost the game there. Well, no, I probably didn't lose, but I'm definitely behind now. They're going to throw away their dude for some life and a card. I don't agree with that decision. I think their Death Touch guy is better than this. I felt ahead, now I feel behind. But I still need to take this recurring lifelink out. They'll give them a card, but I can't keep taking the damage, and I need to take away their lifelink, their life gain. That's 3 that they've drawn, 3 life they've gained. Yeah, they've gotten value. And I can't Bone Splinters his next turn because I just blocked. Okay, I need that swamp very much. Yes, okay. There's nothing better to do. I'm gonna double blue, single black to recur this. I play it. This shouldn't have a counter on it. I'm gonna lose to that counter. We're not that bad of straights right now. We can still win this. We're just behind. I've got 7 actually for my Scholar of Ages. I just wouldn't be able to play anything off of it. I think this is worth it to get that off the board right away. I have an attack, but I'm behind on life, so I don't attack because I need to block. They might have pump spells. They're playing green. They probably do. I just need time in order to get back in this game. I need to get the skeleton back for the Cavalier of Night. I need to have um, a turn where I can go Scholar of Ages to bring back the murder and Bone Splinters, I guess. I don't know. Okay, that just gains them 3 life. It doesn't really do anything. They have some bad cards in their deck or cards that don't impact the current board. Not a bad card, just yeah. All right, this screams that they have a pump spell. I don't know what it is. I need to block anyways and find out. Again, Feral Invocation or whatever the 2/2 pump. I could play around that by offering to trade for the zombie instead of the 3/3, but I need to prevent damage. I'm already at 12. They're probably just looking to kill my flyer here with whatever pump spell they have. Or not, they're just drawing cards, okay? They have 29 left in their deck, so they're actually decking later than me. How many cards do they have in their deck if they're running? Hold on, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 9, 4, 13, 14, 15, 18 total. 18 plus another 29. Yeah, they're playing more than 40 cards, which is a cardinal sin. Gravedigger doesn't actually bring back anything exciting yet. The token that died, my other creature got exiled by their this guy over here does graveyard hate on occasion, and if I hadn't misplayed, this would have been in my hand, or sorry, this would have been in my hand, so he wouldn't have been able to do that. Would have had to hit their own dudes or whatever. But we're past that now. Okay. 3. I don't have enough mana to play the Cavalier the same turn I do that. But this doesn't really impact the board, so I need to just bring the Skelly back. run it out, not chump it lock with it, then play it next turn to or I can chump with it. Yeah, I can chump with it. The Gravedigger I'm going to hold in my hand, even though like the board state currently says that I should be playing creatures. I'm not quite low enough that I'm dead next turn. It doesn't block their flyer, so like pump spells on the flyer is still going to be lethal regardless of having a Gravedigger out or not. Cavalier of Night next turn is going to sack the skeleton to kill the flyer. But along the way, I've got 5. I can recur it right away, which means I can play it next turn and sack it to the Cavalier of Night, so I can block this to save a 2 life. I'm playing sloppy and fast, but and we're gonna get there. Just they're not gonna deck even with this because they've got excess number of cards in their hand. Okay, I can play a flying blocker that does a good job, but I need to, or sorry, a ground blocker, but I need to kill the flyer, so we're gonna run this out. We're gonna just hope they don't have anything. They're sitting on 3 cards, like they've got to have something, right? Okay, they can respond by killing my dude, and then I don't have anything to sack, so I can't kill the flyer. Can I play around that? I'm already dead to like a pump spell on that flyer. I need to deal with that flyer right now. If they have removal and they respond by killing my skeletons, then like GG's good beats. I don't know. I could have Scholar of Age for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I can't actually follow it up with anything other than a Blown Splinters, which might have been better actually, because that, well, it doesn't really play around it because, well, I could sack the Scholar, I guess. So yeah, sack this to destroy that. They get to draw a card again, gain life. What is this, the 5th time? 5th, 6th? I don't know. But their deck's got some bad stuff in it probably because they overfilled it. So currently their card power looks actually pretty good. So, I mean, this isn't great except when you have a Steel Overseer and you get to put a counter on it because your opponent misplays. Oh, I bet they're splashing for Weaponsmith with all their artifacts, and they're playing a Vial of Dragonfire, which would be one of the things I would cut to get my card deck down to 50. They're playing a Leyline. What does this even do? I thought they were all terrible. 6, 7, 8 to put a 1/1 counter on each creature they control. Really? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They can do that. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? We're losing to this pile? Okay, Scholar of the Ages. Bring back Bone Splinters. Sack to kill the Warlord. Attack for 4. Then I can Soul Salvage back the Scholar next turn, so I don't have to worry about like, oh no, my Scholar. Plus I've got Gravedigger. So this is correct because I need a removal to attack, to open up attacks. I need to start getting attacks through. And I've got a Skelly down there, but I still want the murder, even though it's not as mana efficient. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to kill that. I'm going to sack this. I don't care because I can recur it without using Unsummon. And this unlocks an attack that gets me some lifelink so I don't die to like an overrun or something. And now I can start putting the hurt on my opponent so I can kill them before they deck because they're never going to deck. All right, now I'm feeling it. I know that card deck is going to run some subpar cards. I haven't seen them yet, but they are going to be in there because otherwise the deck doesn't make sense. They got white in there as well. What is this 5-color monstrosity? How am I couldn't possibly lose to this. Okay, how much mana do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're 1 mana short of putting 1/1 counter on each of their creatures. The good news is I can recur my removal to the extent that it doesn't matter that they have big creatures because I can just keep killing them, which draws them cards and gains them life, but like eventually I'll grind them out. There's no way that they can outgrind. Okay, they could exile my dude because I have him in the graveyard right now. They could have another one of these dudes. And like I said, they have some bad cards in their deck, so yeah, I take 3, but I dealt 4 and gained 4, so I'm okay with that. Okay. Um, First things first, I attack. That's the obvious decision here. They can't kill my dude by putting 1/1 counters on him, on their dude, and also I gain 4 life. Second, I can do a Yarok to pick up my dude. He's a removal spell. but that doesn't seem as good as like Gravediggering to get my dude out of the graveyard so that he doesn't die. Okay, so let's tap 2 of those because I want the black mana. Hold up Murder and other things. All right, Gravedigger, pulling back Scholar. Yeah, I'd like that back. It's safer in my hand. All right, now we got to grind. I just need to not screw up. I'm going to Yarok back my Gravedigger so that I can block with my Yarok. Also, I can replay my Gravedigger. Now, they could kill the Gravedigger in response, in which case the Cavalier is going to be forced back into my hand and their attack is going to be more powerful, but I wouldn't die. And I could replay my Cavalier, which is okay. Plus, the Gravedigger would like be in my yard or something, which I can soul salvage back, and then Scholar of the Ages back my soul salvage, and I don't know. I've got I've got grind. All right. My opponent has to burst me down somehow. This doesn't matter because I can just murder whatever they play, and Scholar of the Ages back the murder. This doesn't matter because all their cards don't matter anymore as long as I don't die right now. Like, okay, they're gonna pump and trade. Great. Yarik's coming back with a Soul Salvage, which is coming back with a Scholar of the Ages. Like, what do I care? As long as this is above 12, I win the game. They have to have something amazing. They're running all the colors of the rainbow, so maybe they do. But I'm gaining 4 a turn, and they're gonna deck before me. Okay, I have to exile. Exile matters. What is my worst card? I wanted to play the flyer. I wanted to play my flyer, but is the flyer better than a Gravedigger bringing back something? Flyer is difficult for them to block, which actually is probably a better route to victory than just grinding them to death. Or do I even exile them murder? I can just bone splinters. No, I need to keep them. Okay, I'm keeping Scholar, Soul Salvage, and Murder. That's for sure. I'm exiling Boreal Elemental probably gives me my best path to victory in a reasonable time frame. The Gravedigger gives me more grind, but I've already got enough grind. The issue is that if my Scholar and my Soul Salvage are both in my graveyard, then my Gravedigger bails me out of that situation. I can guarantee the grind win, or I can try to win in the air. I'm going to try to win in the air. This is maybe a route to losing, but I do want to get this down and start swinging in the air. All right, do I attack here on this board? Yeah, I've got a murder back up here. I think I can go ahead and attack. Gain my life. I'm attacking for the life, not for the damage. Um, this is about right, I think. Yeah. And hold this to pitch to Mind Rot. It's very likely they're playing Mind Rot. I do need the mana, but I think I'd rather have that so I can pitch Murder and Island, keep the Scholar and Soul Salvage. And I've got enough mana to return the Skelly here. I could also return the Skelly and play it, but actually I could have played the land because I can return the Skelly in response to the whatever. Yeah. Okay. So they can pump this for a billion damage. Now we're coming into where this can they pump it twice? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or sorry, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14, it's 8, so no, they can't pump it twice. So this is just going to bounce off. Yeah, so they should have actually equipped before they attacked. I don't know what's. I need to start murdering some of their dudes. I'm going to do that end step in case they have something better than what they're doing. I don't know. Taking more damage than I like here. But at the same time, I'm only down to 8. If they play something good, I can murder it. If they don't play something good, I can murder something here. I don't want to murder this because they could recur it, so I'm going to murder the token. They gain a life, they draw a card. We're going to win through that anyways. We've got more grind than they do. All right. I didn't get to return this. That's the problem there. But I can swing in for some decent damage. Half their life total. I need some chumpies. Dollar, bringing back cards, plus then I can play Sorcerer of the Fang. That seems okay. I'll bring back a Murder and a Bone Splinters. That's great. I need to make sure that I leave open double black. Not Bone Splinter. Doesn't actually matter. I'll let the auto tapper do what the auto tapper wants. Alright. Sorcerer of the Fang. I've got 2 cards I can pitch to keep the Soul Salvage, so I can recur the Scholar of Ages after they chump here. Oh, wow. That's a good creature. We're going to murder that. Also, going wide with a 1/1 counter on everything seems like a way they could win. I hope they turn the creature sideways again so that I can attack in, get some more life. If they don't, then we're going to have to Bone Splinter the Scholar of Ages to salvage back the Scholar of Ages so that we can murder something. And then bring back the Skeleton actually first. We're going to take a turn off from Scholar of the Ages. We just don't have the mana. And we want to try and play around Mind Rot a little bit and the Necromancer. Because again, we pitched our grave. We can get a trade here, right? Because they're tapped out. Yeah. And we'll just soul salvage it back right away. Murder something. Sanitarium Skeleton will give us protection against Mind Rot. Oh, Frostlinks. That's excellent. Start with that. We'll start with the soul salvage. All right. Soul salvage. Scholar of the Ages. Yarok's Wave Crasher. Yarok's a pretty good blocker. We don't have enough mana to Yarok here. But this is we can do this to tap down that to give me an attack. I'm gonna go ahead and actually murder as well. I'm gonna save the Bone Splinters for a turn where we need to be more mana efficient. Yeah, that sounds fair. We'll murder one of these dudes. They can draw a card. We're gonna gain enough life here where we're not gonna die to their crackback because they can attack with these two. And this isn't lethal, so maybe I should hold the blocker, but I don't think so. I think I want to put pressure on. Smack him down to lethal range from an Boreal Elemental plus a kill spell. And we're going to have ground out past this right here, the Moldervine Reclamation plus a Leyline of Abundance, which is pretty dumb. Neither of us is close to decking yet, even with all the extra cards they've been drawing. Who wouldn't want to play this way to get their 7th win, though? What an awesome format. I love Core Set 2020. So right now, Mind Rot would put us down to only having Scholar of Ages in our hand. So if they had like a Femlurker as well, then we have to exile it, and we might lose. We currently have a flyer. Their reach creatures tap down. So if they have a Mind Rot plus an additional discard spell, we could lose. It could even be a duress, take the Bone Splinters before the Mind Rot, and they know all 3 cards in our hand, so they could sequence that correctly. There's absolutely ways we could lose. All right, they found a way to gain 3 life. Oh, okay, wow. Yeah. Permanent triggers twice. That's pretty decent. That's why they're splashing blue, or I don't know why they're splashing white, but that would have been great with the Howling Giant previously. This isn't a triggered ability, so that doesn't work. Permanent entering triggers. This doesn't trigger twice off of that. This would though. Okay, so they don't have. Okay, lifelink doesn't work if I'm in the air. I need to get 2 more damage through in the air. I don't have that currently. I can tap down one of their blockers. That's not good enough. I need to start killing their stuff and just swing in the air. That's what I need to do. So we're going to Bone Splinters here. Or should I anticipate first? See if I can find an additional removal spell. If I have one more removal spell, I can actually, but it can't be a Bone Splinter. I sack 2 creatures that I don't have enough attackers. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll just keep grinding then. Should have cared about how it tapped, but being a little bit sloppy again. Bone Splinters kill their lifelinker. That potentially does stuff. Yeah, again, they're drawing cards. This is annoying, but necessary. I attack in the air only. And then I play a Wave Crasher, recur the Frost Links so that I can use that to tap down their dude. And then I can block with the Wave Crasher. Or do I anticipate? Can't recur the skeleton if I anticipate. I'm finding ways to lose right now. I don't want to anticipate. I should have done earlier then. Yeah, we'll do this. Okay, that can tap down their reach creature, which allows me to get in. Now, they're actually outpacing me on the removal now with the giant creatures, so maybe I miscalculated a little bit here, but I'm at 16 life, and I've got blockers available. I don't think I'm dead to an overcome. Overcome plus pump I might, but they would have played pumps earlier if they had. I don't know what they're holding. Like, they're probably sandbagging this for a long time, trying to find value out of it, more than just gain 3 life. But yeah, I didn't actually manage to pick up any of the paralysis. There's no enchantments in my deck for them to target. Not that they know that, but yeah. That's actually part of the argument for not putting cards like Natural End in your deck, because half the time they're just going to be dead against your opponent. I mean, they're kind of lucky they even had a Gift of Paradise to destroy to gain 3 life with, because currently they're sitting at 3 life. So, okay, this is kind of attack that scares me because I know that pump spells could be lethal, so I need to actually chunk here. But I'm going to gain 4. They're going to pump. My dudes are all dead, but I still have a 3/3 flyer. Well, actually, if they... There's an argument to be made here for just double chumping, allowing this to live so they don't gain a life so that I can attack for lethal. Like if they don't have a pump spell. But if they don't have a pump spell, this guy dies, they gain a life, and I can attack with my 4/5. So if they have a blocker, I still have the Frostlink, so they would need 2 blockers and let this die to gain a life in order for my flyer not to kill them in combination with the Cavalier of Night attack. But there was an argument there for double blocking instead of my Cavalier of Night alive while killing off one of their dudes. Okay, they're killing my dude anyways. So that doesn't change the math. I'm going to return the Sorcerer of the Fang, which actually then can do the lethal. Yeah, because it's going to have no summoning sickness. Also could attack for lethal, but tapping's better of the cost of 20 mana. So if they had like instant gain life, I could die on the crackback because it'd be 8 plus 7, 15 on the crackback. Yeah, so if they have instant speed gain life, I could, with the line of play of using the Sorcerer of the Fang for 6 mana on my turn, because I've got 11, but I'd still have 5 left. So I could actually still tap down and have a blocker, so no, I wouldn't lose there either. Yeah, I don't know. Opponent needs a removal spell now for either of these, and they obviously don't have it. Because instead of running fewer cards, so they're more likely to draw their good cards, they're running Natural End and stuff, so they don't deck. Moldervine Reclamation, I guess? I don't know. They've got a pile. It's actually a pretty powerful pile. Like, they've got real good cards in here. Howling Giant. Moldervine's actually being pretty good for them. This is being good for them, although I don't think they should be playing it. Yarick's pretty amazing yet too. If he's allowed to live, they have a murder. Like they've got good cards. I don't know how they managed to draft whatever they're playing, but there's just a couple bad cards mixed in with the good cards, and they're gonna have no draw consistency. Like their mana base is atrocious, but it's still got there, right? Okay, they're tapped out, so yeah, I can just attack for flyer here, right? No reach dudes. And their creatures are getting way too big. Like my removal has not kept pace. Scholar of the Ages is just really expensive to recur, particularly if you're using 3 mana to do it instead of 1. That was a crazy game. It was a good game. There were a couple different roads to victory for us. It got close a couple of times, but end of the day, yeah. So Scholar of the Ages didn't quite outgrind Moldervine Reclamation. It had the potential. It just cost too much mana. Soul Salvage plus Scholar is 10 mana, and then like I'm bringing back additional creatures that I don't have the mana to play. Or the Bone Splinters, they're amazing, except this costs 4 mana plus the 1 mana. Like it's a 5 mana loop to kill a creature. So yes, I can recur it, but it's 10 mana to recur the Scholar using Soul Salvage, plus another 4 mana to recur the Skeleton. Like that is just so slow. But my deck is built to grind. Eventually got there. It's awesome. I love Core Set 2020. I wish all Magic sets were like this. But, design philosophies have changed. There we go. There we go. We got it. We got the wins. We got all the wins. We can't win any more than we've already won. We won so much with the deck that Wizard of the Coast says you can't play this deck anymore. They took pity on my opponents. All right. November 3, that's the second deck, and I played it to a 7-1 record. Was it only one loss? Are you kidding me? Yeah. All right, that is a pretty sweet pile. There's some flaws. The early game's not great. But he used more 2-drops. I waffled on how to build it a little bit, but the power level is just absolutely over the top. And if it gets to that late game, oh, it is beautiful. Absolutely love it. Probably could have built it a little bit different. Audacious Thief wasn't good in our deck. We're too much on the defensive. It's just that I don't know what is better. I don't think additional Bone Splinters would be good. I don't think additional Blade Brands would be great. Maybe it's better than the Audacious Thief. Maybe the Necromancer. Sometimes I was kind of having trouble in that mid game where I was maybe getting run over. And then there's an argument to be made for just throwing a random 2/1 in the deck. And that mana filter ability might have actually been used by me, which is absolutely disgustingly sad. That's it. That's that. I got the big wins. Paid for my draft plus a bit, depending on how much you value packs. That's it for me. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, watching awesome stuff. I don't think I'm going to be doing any more MTG streams for a while because they're rotating the core set draft. I can't do any more drafts from work in the next couple of days, so I won't have the time to do another draft. We'll see if they bring back another sweet format in the future, like Pauper or another core set 2020 draft or something like that. Maybe I'll play some more Magic the Gathering on stream. Till then, yeah, stick around. I might stream some other random stuff in the future or YouTube or whatever. So thanks for watching. Have a gooder.